Check 1 2 check. What's going on here? Customization. Subscribers. Any duration. Save. Weird. All right. Almost there. Or at least we're getting there. I'll put start a poll out there. Will we get... It's an interesting morning. Will we get... Yes, no? Okay. All right, turn that off. Good morning, everybody. Hope you all had a great weekend. Happy holidays. I know I was out with my wife this weekend doing some last minute stuff. Kids were all running around, family, friends all around. So happy holidays to you. Got some weirdness going on this morning. Okay. Let's go through some stuff. I hope I came on slightly early. We've got some stuff to talk about. I didn't get a weekend brief out to you. I had some stuff come up this weekend with hold on a second. I got one more thing to do. Never ends, does it? Weirdness going on this morning. Oh, hold on, I got echo now. Copy link address. It's kind of weird hearing myself speak. You know, this weekend I heard the news from Elon. Let's see. Spent this weekend with some developers because I'll bring this up for you, but you probably don't need to know too much about this. You probably do know something about this over the weekend. Twitter users will no longer be able to link to certain rival social media websites, including what the company described Sunday as prohibited platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Mastodon. He didn't say. There's some other ones that he listed, but he didn't say YouTube. So, but I know that some people had come out and talked about it. So it was like a panic weekend. We keep most of our content on CaptainJimJames.com for this reason. If you become deplatformed, or if the platform itself closes, so we'll probably stop linking to live streams at some point. I don't know exactly how that's going to go with what happened yesterday with Elon. But that's the reason. So this weekend, I was speaking with developers all weekend. Actually have meetings this morning that I have to go to ensure that, depending upon what Elon does and Twitter does. Let me see if I can see what you guys are saying here. First, good morning to all of you. Say good morning, RS. Good morning, Dylan. Good morning, James. Good morning, Binky. Good morning, Fishing with Panfish Dan. Good morning, Liam. Good morning, Gil. Dean, Nino, Eric, BD's in the house, Mark, Joshua, Winky Face. Hey, Winky, today I'm going to have probably some breaks and some meetings, and I'm going to get you set up on Discord this morning in between breaks. Good morning, H-Bomb. Good morning, Garrett. Who else is out there? Yeah, I don't care if they're. Yeah, so we started the process over the weekend. We have to ensure that from my end, I have to make sure that no matter what, there's no risk of that. It's funny. Joe Donut and I talked about this at the beginning of doing this, and I knew it was a threat, and so it was like it was part of what we were doing, but it never became more amplified as what happened this weekend. Like, it's just nonsense, and there just can't be any risk of that. There can't be a risk of walking in on a Monday and your account's turned off. You just don't know what's going to happen. I'm a nobody, but I did post something about the comedian, the comedy show, the Dave Chappelle show on my YouTube, and I went to Twitter to upload a video that was not relevant to it at all, and I wasn't able to. I had a soft shadow ban on Twitter for at least a day and a half. So I'm assuming it's not me. It's, they have some sort of code that they've written to find out who's connected to what and all that. So I just don't want to deal with it. So good morning to all of you out there. Let me see who's out there right now. So 63 of you viewing right now. Okay, so this morning you'll see me gone for part of the day. I'll be in here in the office, but I have some side work to do in the background. So I'll be on if there are critical juncture points in the market with you. We're going to review the market real quick so that you guys can have a firm idea of where we are, where we're going for the rest of today, and what you should be expecting the rest of this week, or at least the beginning of this week. Because we have some, we left off on Friday in kind of a weird place, and we'll talk about that this morning. I think we talked about it on Friday too. We'll talk about it right now. I shouldn't say I think we all knew to talk about this on Friday. So let's just take a look at this morning. So when we came down here on Friday of last week, right? I think everybody would have preferred that if we came down and closed this gap. It's that 375 level. It actually extends slightly lower, it's 373. You could call this part of the gap. And there's another tiny gap down here. I want you to see that one. And so first things first, if we clear all this here, just so you can see this on a larger time frame. Get rid of some of that crap there. See if I can show this to you in a larger time frame here. Yeah, so on a larger time frame here, right? We've got the rest of this gap, if you see where my cursor is, a tiny bit of gap down here. Any kind of, if we trade up today off the bell, right? And we go up to, let me get rid of this bears shit up here. This bears have new low. It's nonsense in the way. So I want you to see these two yellow lines up here. This is a small gap above at 396. There's another gap above at 400. The bulls are going to say they would prefer to see us just immediately go up and close this gap today off the bell. We trade higher, right? And then eventually we head up and close that first gap at 396. You'll end up getting some kind of a bounce here, or up on R2, let's say R3, and then a pullback, and then a trade higher, right? We're also going to talk about negative gamma this morning, and why we should head lower. That would be the preference, right? We trade up here and start closing some gaps. I think that's what the bulls want to say. Bulls, though, shouldn't feel comfortable with a bounce here, and we'll talk about why. This is where the pivot is, right? This is where zero gamma is, and just below it is negative gamma. Let me see if I can bring up SPX for you real quick. See if I have this. Yeah, I don't have it on this chart here. Let me delete all the drawings here. Okay, so we have like 3846. That's zero gamma right there. And then right below it, we have negative gamma. It's like right here. Like here's negative. This is SPX. So we've got I have it on another instance of this on another computer, but this is zero gamma right where we are this morning. And then right below it is negative gamma, like this bad juju, right? This bad stuff. And then we don't grab any kind of normal gamma. Now that's gonna seem like it's a ton, but the truth is, right? This is on Friday, right? Until we start trading higher, then the drop off on the 16th. I think that's 16th right there. Right, we don't get any kind of positive gamma in the market, and then anything below. If we start trading below this bottom on Friday, you're going to see some real nastiness. So let's see if we put this on a 5-minute. So basically, you can't even start to get positive gamma until you go above R1. The real scary part is that anything under this S1 and things, we start filling gaps down below. So if I see anything today, like we start trading below S1, start getting your pants on because we're going to be closing gaps down below. And really, you don't see any positive gamma until above R1 to even start thinking about closing gaps above right now. So it's almost like a neutral place for the market. The bull case, you really do want to close this gap down here. This is like the safety trade. You close the gap down below. Finally, you can go up and start closing some gaps above in relative safety. Because this is all negative gamma here, right? None of this is good for a bull. It's sell the rip. Every time you come into resistance, they're going to sell the rip. Fast moves up, and then they get sold, right? It's another place for sellers to enter the market. And so you're not going to have a supportive market until you're above this R1. So that's a key thing for you to realize today is how close. We're negative gamma, plain and simple. And as they start trading this down, right, it gets really nasty and vicious down here. Anything below S1 is going to get big red bars to the depths of hell down here. So just be conscious of that. Now, on a larger time frame, all charts say we're going down. So if we get some kind of a retracement up here, 28 or 31, 50, doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. The market is still in a sell phase. So whether we get a Santa rally in here or not, the market is still in a sell mode. And I'll show you later on today if I have the chance, but we should at some point sell down to this 356. And if you look on a daily chart, it's a date with destiny. It's a date with destiny down here. You can see the 200 weekly moving average coming right up right here, okay? And so it doesn't matter if we, do something like this. Usually it's something like this if we have retracement, but you're still going to see this in this process. If we close the gap and then do this right here and then come back down, that is what the market is showing. So I don't know what else to say to you. I mean, if you check it out on TradingView, you can see that we're in that mode of selling this market. Let's just be aware of that. So temper your bullishness if there is a bullish move. Know that it's just another opportunity. Well, you can trade it up higher, but then it's just another opportunity to have that date with destiny down here with the 200-week moving average. And we'll talk about this. I'll make a video or put a post out today. I have a post actually I wrote for you. I just haven't sent it to you yet about what happens if we break below this weekly moving average. This would be the market crash type scenario. We might see it. They're going to make an attempt. I think they're going to make an attempt for all the indicators are saying they're going to make an attempt for it. There are some accumulation notes that took place in June and October that would say we have a large area to grind through here to make this happen. This could take 1 to 3 months to grind through this. But if they rug pull this, we're talking about January 7th all over again. This is where you'll see the VIX actually climb, is if we break below. And I have a post written about this, when you'll see the VIX actually get nasty, when you would see a 45 or a 70 down here. So you'll see that at some point today, tomorrow. You'll have it emailed to you so you can see the or how that plays out. I've got some other stuff going on the side, some meetings this morning, and if I see any pivots or anything like that, I will jump back on with you. Hold on a second here. You guys know how to trade the pivot. You know that negative gamma is below S1. You know that positive gamma is above R1. You know that there's a major, and that was one other thing. See if I can get my wife to send this to me. The Bulls have one thing in their favor today too. This is one good thing for the Bulls. The market, the SPX options complex is all bear. It's just one-sided puts, and then there's just a little bit of calls out there. It's just all puts, put dominated. This could impact a move higher, so that those puts don't print. So the Bulls have some kind of positive. If the Bulls want to look at this in a positive light, for the trade higher, it's that the market is just all puts. That's all it is. I don't know what they're saying on the internet, but I'm downloading this every morning, and it's just all puts. A wall of puts. Whole market is well hedged. I don't know if they're saying that. And I've got a couple other things for you this morning. Some interesting things that I was looking at this morning. You know, we're gonna touch on a bunch of this stuff in this week's weekly brief. Bloomberg saying, I want to read what Bloomberg is saying. Something about the stock market is betting against the Fed right now.
Investors approve an €8 billion equity injection by the German government.
And the truth is, it's not the stock market is starting to bet against the Fed, but also the bond market is betting against the Fed. The Treasury market, Treasury bonds, 2 years. It went up this weekend. They bet it even harder that the Fed is lying to you. So I don't know what to say on that. Look for a dip in TLT. I'm not reading any of your comments. Let me get into your comments right here. I'm gonna close. Let me turn this up. Let me close the poll. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying this morning. Good morning, Eric. Good morning. MR realized profits. Wasn't there supposed to be a couple days in between Friday and Monday? Hells yes. Morning, Cap. Good morning. Thanks for being on, Cap. Get a Substack going. Yeah, we've got a website. We've got ways to beat this. And by the way, just as a heads up to you, I've got a developer one of these developers is working on indicators, the algorithm, a way for you to plug into TradingView the levels every morning, and a whole bunch of other craziness.
Unipulse says that
a gamma model for you to click through on individual tickers, SPX, your indexes. It's all free. So you guys have got some cool stuff coming your way. So Casey, try to open a cash account. I don't even want to get into why you're on margin. Let me see. Morning. I don't think we'll get a rally. Morning, Avery. How are you? A shot in the dark as we go up to hit 392, then down to 370. Said sideways to down until January 10th. Unlikely to get a Santa rally. Let's get down to 375ish then rally. Yeah, Dylan, I'm in agreement. We were talking about this on Friday that it sucks not getting down there. You really want to close that gap. And I don't even like the idea of close. I don't mind the idea of going up today. I don't like the idea of attempting to close a gap without the gap above without a gap below. It's not firm. It's not a firm place to be closing a gap. What's up with everybody saying a market rally is coming? How do you calculate your S1 and R1 levels? I'll go over that with you. It's the high lows and the closing price of SPY every day, and it's for every other index as well. Look at the performance in December on years ending in 2. Gem says sideways down to January 10th, then counter rally, then shit gets ugly from February to March. Short the long-term calls maybe. Yeah, there's no calls in the market. I pulled up the data just about an hour ago, and there's no calls in the market. How do you find out positive? How do I find out if it's positive? Wait a minute, I got a bunch of questions in here. You guys are asking me some complex questions. I did do a Black Scholes model. I take the total options data from the SPX complex from each date. And, well, specifically for today's day, I'm looking for what's open, what's open for total calls, total puts. And then I times that by, I square that and times it by the swap rates and interest rates. And then that number that I come up with, I do a Black Scholes model and find out where all of the options are in the market. And it creates a graph for me, and I can see where gamma levels are. Swap gamma says this thought. As you can see below, all the strikes from 3 to 5 400 balance, meaning there is a fair amount of both call and puts. That is inaccurate. I'm 100% sure that's inaccurate for today, Chase. I'm not relying upon those guys anymore. I'm getting my own fucking data. Like as good as it is, as soon as it comes in, I'm getting it. Morning, Steven. How are you? And you guys are gonna have access to that stuff. Yeah, you guys are gonna get your own free data, so you guys will be able to see all this data. Now that's the other thing though. This is just today. This is all of it. Actually, the data that I'm referencing is all of it every date right now in the SPX complex. I guess I'm bouncing back and forth on what I'm saying to you. It's so heavy right now. It's all puts. The market is all puts right now. Way weighted on the put side. Let me see what you're saying. Good morning, nice. Can't wait to see the tools you're working on. TSLA 160s would just sell them at the open. Can you pull out and see liquidity at 396 and also 300? Yeah. Do you want me to? Let me have her send me a copy of it right now. Hang tight, Chase. She's doing one for. She's currently working on one for right now for the options complex currently right now at this moment. So she'll have it over in just a few moments.
The German Economic State Secretary Kellner says, I am optimistic that larger volumes of oil from Kazakhstan will come to Schwedt.
Give me a second here. So what do you guys think about? Let me know in the chat. Do you think that Elon is going to step down or not? He said that he would step down if the poll said for him to step down. I want to know if you think he's going to step down. Good morning to all of you. I'm a little shocked at the price of options this morning. The options are really juiced, huh? Options are super juiced this morning. Elon will step down for sure. Even if he steps down, he'll still control it. And I can't imagine you don't do it. He only has someone lined up for the job. I think it's all for show. He knew that before he posted that poll. Agreed. Some friends, some Tesla bulls and I were talking in the background past couple weeks about the risk of the float loan and the banks that are behind this, and the banks that want or just opening yourself up to the sharks, right? There's power money sharks in the background that if they see a bad deal happen, if they can whenever they can step in and seize an opportunity, they will. So Devin's saying that Elon is the king of SEO, so there's a reason he's doing this. It's a fair point. In the background, I kind of wondered if this was all planned from the beginning. That if he had backers at the closing stock price, that if it didn't matter, it was just easier to make it look like him somewhat to be the bad guy, where you couldn't have certain people step in to attempt to buy or Twitter. As like a front man for it would make sense too. And then say, I fucked up, but I'm gonna pass it off to these guys now. And it's kind of like a better it's better publicity. But there's some you don't want to step in, or like who can step in and offer to buy Twitter and not be looked upon as, oh no, they'll never let that guy buy it. But if Elon it's like it's like real estate to an extent when you do a wholesale deal with somebody on a property that's not on market. I have some friends that are attorneys, and they'll call up and say, hey, do you want to do a wholesale deal? It's not on the market. They just want to get rid of it. Usually like probate stuff. And it's like fast money, fast cash. And there's no negotiating. It's just as is. It's similar to, or I think there might be a similar, it's like counter that, but still kind of similar. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. Like or dislike Elon and what he's like or dislike what Elon's positions on stuff are. Just the whole CEO thing is right now is mind-boggling to me. I don't want to see any CEO of a large corporation acting like he is right now at all. I have zero tolerance for it. It's very worrisome. I was talking to some friends about it. He's reminding me of what's his face there from Howard Hughes. I mean, it's just totally reminding me of Howard Hughes. And so it makes you wonder if it's going to become worse as time passes. It makes you worry about the future of, does it get worse? Does it get better? You don't want to be going to Mars with anyone like that, right? I don't know if any of you have been in the military. If any of you have ever been in the military, you find out real fast. There's different levels of it. Like you find out in training who's what and who's what. You get deployed and it's who's what and who's what. And then if you're in the fire, the groups just get smaller and smaller and smaller. If you're in any kind of combat or anything like that, you wind up your groups of people that you're willing to trust get smaller and smaller and smaller. And you never know who those people are, but I would assume that if you're going to Mars and stuff like that, like you just can't have people like that around you. It's highly risky. I don't know. So I'm having all these like existential dread things about this. Yeah, I understand. I get all that he's doing it to be in the public eye. But from a corporate standpoint, it's there are some, it does raise questions about Getting a little bit of a bid right now. You can see that there's some buyers and some kind of a bottom forming. So yeah, still haven't tested the low here. Haven't tested the low here from the 16th. Haven't tested the low down here. Haven't tested these lows. Just a weird day, right? Holidays, man. Holidays are weird. My other question I had was there was some news stories that said that they'd be selling into there would be some selling into strength. Remember the last couple of weeks, whenever we'd get strength, they'd be selling into it, and there would be some support in the market. When strength would come in, they'd sell into it, and I wondered if we'd get any of that. So it'd be like that slow grind up. For your holiday rally would be. Some years we get holiday rallies that are weird. It's like really weird sideways and up move. So anytime you get any kind of strength, they're just selling into it till the end of the year. Coming into the 20-day EMA on the 5-minute chart. Need to break above this pivot right now. Yeah, so Avery's saying true character. I don't even know if it's character. I had some weird shit in the military. People that I thought were, I thought I knew people in the military. Then people go AWOL, and you're like that. You know that guy's like, why'd that guy go AWOL? You know he's an HQ. This guy, you know, perfect uniform, perfect this. Some really strong people that weren't as strong as you thought they were. Intestinal fortitude kind of stuff. Like we used to always say, there's like those that those that retreat, those that hold, and those that go forward, and it's different crowd of people. Oh, 3 different kinds of people, and there's like different layers to it. Now we're getting rejected off that off that 20 EMA right now. Need to break above it. Trying to right now. I can't. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not buying into it right now. I don't. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's 6D. I don't know. You know, like how he sets up the questions on Twitter. You know, like he's gonna give up. I don't know the entire story. I don't think you and I ever will. We're just the plebs. We're nobody. But I certainly don't like how it's played out. Yeah, man, dude. So you know, like I went on. I did this winter. I went to this winter training once, and I slept with 2 other my squad, not my squad, right? We slept together, dicks to assholes, and we found a small outhouse in the middle of nowhere, and we slept dicks to asses, like leaning up, like sideways on a wall. We hadn't slept in days. We hadn't slept in days. Been cold to the bone. They gave us like a couple sheets of olive drab, like 2-man tent shit, and it was a fucking nightmare. It was a nightmare. That's the kind of thing where you stick your hands inside of some guy's armpits to keep warm. You got to clean your balls and take your socks off and change them, and it's like blowing -30. It's so cold. It's kind of shit that'll like break a man. I remember we did this to finish it up. We did like a 30-kilometer forced march, and we're all like full battle rattle and all that shit. And I remember we got done and they had this big fire and stuff, and I passed out. I was standing straight up, and I fell backwards, and just out. It's a true story. That's a goddamn true story. No, this isn't good. They're teeing off right now. They're teeing off that EMA. I got all kinds of horrible army stories. Most of them you can't talk about. I got a crazy story. So I used to have to sit in these meetings. Yeah. So at one point I was in U.S. Army Command. I was a driver for some higher ups or whatever. And I always see people talk about North Korea, and the biggest fear that the U.S. Army ever had was never any kind of war with North Korea. It was always if they just opened the border up. There'd be nothing that the military could do if North Korea ever opened up their border. You know, like the North come down and the South meet and all that kind of shit. It's the biggest fear the military ever had. So you'd be surprised. I guess I'm trying to relate that to you'd be surprised behind the scenes what the greatest fears are versus what's the public thinks. Yeah, exactly. Balls turning to stone at 11. They gotta teach you how to keep yourself warm, right? And when you're cold, you do push-ups, supine bicycles, stuff like that. Yeah, it's cold, Emerson, man. I'll tell you what, man. I'll never forget that shit. So cold. And I've lived in mountains. Like I've done winter camping. Matter of fact, I hiked the southern Tetons, the Wind River Range. I hiked that in winter. I went through the South Pass. I think it's South Pass or something. I spent a couple weeks doing that. We almost died there twice, me and my buddies. I thought we were gonna die. We were there, and I had one friend that was a gearhead. They had like all the best gear. And I had a hippie friend. And the hippie friend was fine. Him and I wound up sleeping together in the same tent. He brought a 3-season, I brought a 4-season. And we ended up sleeping together with the dog. And then our gear friend became hypothermic over the course of about 3 days. And he had a non-mountain emergency. It was pretty bad. It was scary. You know, the weirdest part was that we were in the middle of nowhere. Like, this is the middle of nowhere in Wyoming. And hundreds of miles away from anybody. It was about a 120-mile walk or something like that. And we met a young woman out in the middle of nowhere, which was really weird. And she was cowboy camping, which I was like, this is crazy that she's cowboy camping. Blowing snow, minus 20 when it would snow and like ice, rain, and snow and stuff like that. He tripped jumping into a boat and fell face down brackish water, shark blood. Oh man, that's crazy, Casey. Yeah, we got house builder data at 10. It's weird. They've got you guys can't trust the Fed. You know that, right? I hope you guys don't trust the Fed. They got the Bloomberg's pushing that bullshit this morning too. I'm like, it's not the stock market, it's the bond market. When the stock market follows what the bond market's following. Yeah, they're selling that. They're selling that 20. The 20 EMA in the 5-minute chart, they're selling it. They're teeing off on it right now. So hopefully we can go back and retest this previous low from Friday right here. And the preference would be to go all the way down and close the gaps down below, which are 375, 373, somewhere in here. Matter of fact, I titled this week's weekly brief "Hand Grenades and Horseshoes." I'll leave that right there so you can see where the gap close is. This is the gap from Friday, and then there's a gap below it at 373 that we've been talking about for some time now. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with this. I figured we're either going to gap up here, or you're either going to gap up or you're going to sell down on Friday, right? I think Chase even said that. Chase was like, look there, they're going to try to tee off into the close
French
here.
and German finance ministers talk about an aggressive response from them to the US Inflation Reduction Act. Says it will ensure the EU security of supply regarding critical
it's not
raw
exactly
materials
true.
as well.
You guys want to look at bonds real
European
quick?
products should be
I can show
eligible
you what
for
I
tax
mean.
credits in the same way as American products.
We can
It
look
says
at.
that
I can show it to
exceptions
you right
made in
now.
the US Inflation Reduction Act should cover partners and allies like the EU. The pledge to strengthen strategic sovereignty and deliver on climate objectives as well has been reiterated. France and Germany say
You guys want to?
they will ensure that European industry has access to affordable and sustainable electricity as well.
So let's start with some.
France and Germany says they'll use all
Monday.
EU trade policy instruments to preserve the single market from distortions and ensure global level playing field.
Okay, so this is what's going to be in your weekly brief. So what you're looking for here is, let me see if I can do it in 1 hour maybe.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, you get the US NAHB Housing Market Index for December, forecast 34 from the prior 33.
You are actually looking for a dip to buy down here, longing bonds, okay? Longing high quality bonds. And I'm going to show you why you're looking for a bottom to buy down here in high quality bonds. I'd really like to see like this 102, 100, nice flat number. I like 100 too. Like 100, 102, somewhere in this area. You can see where it is right here. Why I like it down here. You could possibly buy this down here. You can see where, as we come down here right now, you can see where they teed off. So maybe you'll get a little intraday push here. But the reality is that down here and right here is where you really want to get in if you can get anything down here. I'm going to explain to you why right now, okay? Why you want to be longing bonds. You can be short the market, long bonds, and then individual growth stocks, things like that. S&P 500. I'm going to go over to you. I'm going to go over this why right now. I'll bring this back over here for you. Let me just say, I wish I could do two screeners. Maybe I can put like leave this chart up and then bring up. I think we'll start with SPX. We'll lay it out, nice and simple. We'll actually come back. No, we'll look at SPX. Give me a second here. Okay. Ooh, we got the federal funds rate down here. This is the unemployment rate. So we've talked about this, right? Talked about wanting to see this unemployment rate come up. When you see this unemployment rate come up, you're going to then see a market bottom. I want you to be aware of this as time moves forward. You really want to see layoffs coming into the new year. and ramping up through to the end of 2024, you'll likely see a market bottom at that point. Okay? Doesn't matter if we trade sideways, you'd be looking for some kind of bottom. Now, if at some point the market believes the Fed is fighting, notice how the Fed is focusing so much on inflation. They don't want to say to you that they want to focus on job destruction. It's not good politically. It's not good. It's not good. It doesn't look good publicly. But the reality is they want job destruction. I want you to know that. If you're a market participant, I want you to know that. If you're just a guy on Main Street, especially if you're new to the market, there are things that can't be said publicly, and that's what they want right there. Now, historically, we have times where the market will trade up, actually, if the market believes that the Fed is fighting quote unquote inflation. So you would actually see the unemployment rate rise. You'd see the Main Street burning, and the stock market would trade higher. But right now, nobody believes the Fed. So you can't, or you're not seeing this happen, right? You could have actually seen this happen back here too. You would have seen us go up while unemployment was coming up. But you can see here that didn't happen, right? You can see here that jobs kept going, or unemployment kept getting, or the rate of unemployment was going lower and lower. If the rate of unemployment was going up here, you could possibly see the stock market go up. And I'll show you this historically, what I mean by this. But you're not seeing that right now. Now, if you look at a smaller time frame, you see this right here. It's starting to come up. I want you to see that right there, okay? But on a much larger time frame, it's not quite there yet.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we do get the US NAHB Housing Market Index, forecast 34, on the prior 33.
Bond yields. Fed funds rate. This is the effective fund. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on here. New pay. This is an important one for you to see, okay? This Fed funds rate. We're going to move to a weekly chart or a monthly chart. I just want you to see right here, okay? This is the unemployment rate, Fed funds rate. This is inflation. No matter what you say to me, inflation's coming down, right? You want to see that. This is like positive right here. This is what you want to see. This is like a check mark. Good. Fed funds rate's rising, right? And this is what you'd want to see. You'd want to see this up, this down, right? And this actually right here is fine. This doesn't need to go any higher. This is what you want to see for a market bottom. We're not seeing that. I'm going to show you some times in history that are similar, okay? And you can see how unemployment is coming up, right? Dips a little bit, starts really cranking, right? Really cranking. You see that the Fed will cut rates here, right? Before we have that last little crash, right? We haven't seen that, have we? Oh, sorry, I'm getting this wrong here. I think this is the unemployment rate. Yeah, the unemployment rate's cranking right here. This is inflation coming down right here. This is where the Fed fund rate cuts right here, okay? This is 81. Actually see some other places where it's happened. Same thing right here. See how the ramp up of unemployment? We're not seeing that yet, are we? But that when they start to see this unemployment ramping up, they trigger and cut. Does that make sense? Inflation's already come down back here in the past. You kind of see the same thing back here in 1980, right? You can see that unemployment is up. They cut rates, right? And inflation's already rolled over here, right? This is 1974. It's kind of similar, right? We already made our way down, but unemployment was already up, right?
So 1 minute remaining
when they
now.
cut the rates. And inflation was already kind of down. It wasn't too bad here in 1974. So this is kind of the last one you're looking for here. You're looking for this, and this is what I was trying to say to you was that you want to see this unemployment rate rise here, and we're not getting that unemployment rise here. So I will say that I was surprised that they didn't cut rates this past rate cycle. But the bond market is telling you, and I'll show you the bond market. I'll show you where the bond market's already betting against further raises from the Fed funds rate, and you'll probably see this unemployment rate rise in January, February, March, and when they re-meet for their next Fed rate decision, they'll pause or cut. That's why I say you likely have seen the last Fed rate hike.
31. That's lower than the
they'll
forecast.
They'll do this wait and see,
34.
and they'll continue to wait and see if this rate ends up rising here. I'm bringing one more up for you here. We'll leave unemployment there. We'll take off inflation, and we're going to add in. Do I have it here? Let me see here. Right here, yield curve. And what I want to show you in the bond market is a couple things. You can see that the bond market is betting against a move down in the Fed funds rate. The Fed funds rate keeps going up, and the yield is going to keep going up here, betting against it. And any of you that's a bear out there that's like doom and gloom, let's just look back and historically how deep we actually are right now. And I want you to see these two places that I marked back here in 2000 and 2007. You can see that they cut rates, right? Just as the yield curve started to come up. You see that? They cut rates. Yield curve started to come up. And you're already starting to see this curve comes. The bond market telling you that the Fed is going to cut rates. Do you see here? Where the Fed cut rates. And this is the continued down right here. Right? That you see later on. And the one thing that you haven't seen here is the rise of unemployment. You see that? And so you're looking for that same thing to happen that hasn't happened yet. You're looking for the rates to get cut, right? So when you're like, hey, I don't believe the Fed,
US
Fed's telling you you're going to do it all year long, you're like, I don't fucking believe you, buddy.
On the feed.
I think you are lying to me. Does that make sense? So this has not happened yet. This has not happened yet, but we know and previously in history that is what happens. Does that now clarify why you shouldn't believe the Fed when they say that they're going to continue to raise rates? I don't know if maybe I complicated that too much. But the point that I'm trying to make to you is that the bond market is saying to you, oh fuck no, they're going to cut rates. Now, even though they cut rates, that doesn't mean we continue down in the market. There are some times in history, in the 1960s and early 1970s, when you had that Volcker moment too. The market believed that Volcker was serious. So when I talk about J-Pow, I'm thinking, is he thinking this is a Volcker moment where he should have cut rates already this past rate decision, but he's going to stay firm this year,
expects a 50
and
basis
then maybe
point
save the market with that kind of a
February.
stance?
Earlier saw 25 basis points.
The market will come up because of that. I would have preferred to have seen a 75 basis point shock, and we start rolling it now and maybe bounce off 3,100. And that's where the problem comes in. If you hang tight here, this is where some problems come in. So if that's not what they're trying to do, if that's what they're not trying to do, if they're trying to trade the market sideways here, let's say they say, oh yeah, we're going to do 4,000 and lower, and you begin to slip under this weekly moving average here, right? When we normally do that, it usually doesn't end well. It usually ends up getting really nasty. We can see that. So we had one touch here and came right back up, right? QE was instituted. One touch up here, same thing, same thing, same thing. Now when we've slipped below, when we've actually slipped below, you can see how bad stuff gets. You can actually see that we'll slip below the weekly moving average, retest it, and then start, you're talking about, this is 2001, March 2001, didn't finish until March 2003. That's 2 more years. That's 2023, 2024. Same thing back here. Slipped underneath it June 16th of 2008. Didn't recover until March 16th of 2009. There are some other years back here. Always above it. Let's see again. Slip below. Deep, right? Deep. 1970. 2 bounces, move forward. This is 1963, 1962. 1966 here. And then 1969, slip below it, real bad. Real bad in 1974, right? There's some interesting stuff about down here. I believe this is when they were. Using interest rates.
NASDAQ down by around 1% now.
So modern monetary theory, we use QE, right? Back here, we used to use interest rates to make sure everyone was employed. So we would actually, in the inverse of that, right? We had high employment, low unemployment, and they would actually force us down. This is similar to what we're doing right now, trying to grind us off of this. So using interest rates to slow the economy down until unemployment can catch back up. That might not happen. If that doesn't happen, we end up coming into this slipping below this weekly moving average. So I want you to be focused on this as we head into the new year, head into March. If we slip below this, and Jerome Powell commits to, I'm not going to lower interest rates, right? The Fed won't pivot. That's what he's telling you, right? And I promise you, if he doesn't pivot, I promise you that if he raises rates a ton, and then we're going to crash the market, you're going to see probably here now a 35% chance of here and possibly even much lower. What's somewhere in here? I forgot exactly where it is, but then this one is the one that's way low down there. This one's like right here or something. But you guys get what I'm saying, right? So when the Fed is saying, the Fed's telling you something right now, and the bond market's saying, Now we don't believe you. Now, whether that's true or not is left to be found out. And I think the key thing here would be to find out if the unemployment rate raises. If the unemployment rate rises, right, there's a fair chance of the Fed pivoting or pausing to ensure that that unemployment rate rises and that inflation continues to go down. It would make sense for the Fed to pivot. Oh, I forgot to do. You're right. I forgot to do why you take the TLT trade. I'll show that back. I'll show that to you right now. This all stemmed from why do you take TLT? I'll show it to you why. I should have done that to begin with. So the question becomes, why do you take the TLT trade as this happens? And I'll show you why. When you think the market's going to burn, remove one drawing and one indicator. Give me just a second here. New pane. Fed funds rate, inflation, and unemployment rate. New pane. I don't know why I can't show. Maybe I should just show ultra bonds. Can I show this? I don't know how far back I can show this. I don't know how far back I can show this here. Is that the continue, or is it the futures? I don't want futures. Now I don't know what I'm doing. I'll just do TLT. And this is the bet on. This is the bet on TLT. Let me see if I can do a comparison of SPX. So you can start to see the rollover in SPX right here, right? You can see the roll in SPX, and you're saying we're going to dump and crash, right? What you wind up seeing is the cut in rates, and you see TLT just blast off here. See that? And you see the same thing right here. You see the last leg down in the SPY, and you see this slow grind higher in TLT. And so the same thing is the bet in TLT. So when you're looking at TLT now, this is where the bond market is saying, this right here is where the bond market is saying, hold on a second here. You guys can't see all that shit. I got the fucking book map up. Hold on here. Average fund rate. Wait a minute here. So this is SPY right here. This should be SPX, but you can actually see the rollover in the plateau, the pausing of rates, and then the rollover of rate cuts. You see the initial push up sideways and this move up higher as the market begins to roll over. You can see the same thing take place here with TLT as the market is rolling over in SPY. And the peaking of rates and the rollover of rates. So if you're looking for a TLT trade, if you're like, oh no, just sell the entire market down. When you're looking at TLT should at some point pick this trade back up again if you believe that the market hasn't bottomed yet. If the SPX, if Qs, if none of that stuff is bottomed yet, you're going to expect the bond market to blast off into 2023, possibly even into 2024. And you can see the bond market saying it already. If you look at HYG, you can see that risky bonds have already broken trend, right? And you're going to expect risky bonds like HYG to continue to sell down as the market continues to sell down into next year. Any of these risky bonds, HYG, junk bonds, should continue down, should break trend. And actually, you would actually see a bottom down here, and you're looking for, whenever you see TLT bottom, you're going to look for, you're looking for, let's say, a bottom down here, and you would not want to see HYG continue up. You want to see it continue down, but watch TLT continue higher. You'll see a divergence in both of these. You'll actually see it in the dollar as well. The dollar should continue down at the same time, and that would be the decoupling of the market going down, the dollar going down, risky bets in the bond market going down. Second here. Yeah, you guys want to look at the MBI? I'm going to clear the chart of all its charts. Hold on a second here.
Looking to the Fear and Greed Index, 40 out of 100, which indicates fear, while the Crypto Fear and Greed Index at 29 out of 100, also indicating fear.
Not quite there yet on market breath. Still have bulls hiding out in utilities right here, 36.7%. 33 right here, consumer staples. I forget what HLT is. You can see that we still have breadth in the market down here. Still not down at these levels down here. You want to see these lower levels. So you want to see us come down just a little bit more, grind down here. There is something positive about the market breadth indicator, though. Hold on a second here. And that would be, there is something positive on the market breadth indicator. Typically, when we see these vicious lows, when you see these vicious lows here in the beginning of the year, we broke trend, right? VIX went up. We actually broke trend. VIX went up. You say, why is VIX not high? It's because we've traded in a zone, right? And no changes so far. This is a trend, right? Trend all the way up here. Break that trend. That's when VIX goes up. Been trading in here. We don't have any VIX high, right? We're not going to see a high VIX unless we break that trend. Does that make sense? Even if it's a sideways trend. This is showing you that there was accumulation back here in June and back here in October. You can see breadth already near a bottom. This is where the 52-week is, right?
Terrace says that I'm not optimistic about the
200 weekly moving average is somewhere in here.
In the immediate future, believes that military confrontation will go on.
If we break below this weekly moving average, that would mean that all of this that was accumulated, right? If we start to sell that accumulation, that would bring new fear into the market. This would actually be a repeat of January 7th of 2020 or 2022, January 4th, whatever that date it was. So what we ended up seeing is violent moves down in our market, just like this. You'd see this move, this bloodbath down. This was a huge move for us. Another huge, well, not really a huge move, a little bit of consolidation move, but this is the second big one right here. This is really the two giant liquidation moments in our market. So you'd be expecting something like this again if we break below the 52-week. Though each time we broke, right, it was the same kind of a thing, right? You can kind of see where we come down, bounce back up, come down, bounce back up, and then we have that big move down again. So that doesn't mean you don't get relief rallies in here as we trade down. If the bulls had a case, here, hang tight here. If the bulls had a case, nice little squeeze higher now to pivot. If the bulls had a case here on the daily, you'd want to see that last little bit here, and then we start trading higher, right? Well, price momentum indicator, though, is telling you we're still rolling over, right? So you're going to want to be looking for this kind of a move here. If the bulls had a case saying, well, hey, Cap, they bought this market down here. We're going to trade it sideways now, Cap. We're not going to break below the weekly moving average. We're going to just stay in this trading range until they can dump it. They'll try to dump it in January, March, late 2024, that kind of stuff. There can be a case made for that if you look on, I think it's a weekly or a monthly. Yeah, it's weekly. If you look on this weekly chart, right, going back historically, other than this bloodbath back here in 2008 and even 2001, 2002, on a weekly perspective, we're looking to actually.
Just seeing a correction from the
These
source.
moves
The
here are
earlier
telling
statement
you
from French and
right
German
here.
ministers regarding the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, it did actually come from their economy ministers as opposed to their finance ministers.
Right? They're trying to tell you that we're trying to make a move higher here. Now, if this is all over is what you're trying to tell me. And so when we come into this weekly moving average, we're going to bounce off this and rocket ship off. We've hit bottom. That's it, Cap. We're going higher. On a weekly, yes. On a weekly, the market has been bought. Unlike any other time previously. You can see this last little capitulation move. We went below here. You can see where these June, July, and then, of course, in October, this bottom got bought. So do the bulls have a case to bottom? Down here, they do. Do the bears have a case to trade it down to the weekly moving average? Yes, they do. So you should see. So if you have this, so your stance would be that any retracement that we see in the market, should still be met with a date with the weekly moving average. So a bear is looking for just repositioning to short into the weekly moving average to get the market breadth down to a bottom, for a bull to feel like he wants to buy it or she wants to buy it or whatever. And if we break through there, that's where the bears would take on their uber bearishness that no way, Cap, we're going to take this down below. We're going to crash this market just like we did in 2000, 2007, 2008. You could think of it like this. If I walked into January 4th and I held a stock that cost me $100 and I sold it, right? Let's say I sold it right at $100 and we bloodbathed it down to where that stock was then worth $50, right? And so I went back in and bought that stock at $50. That stock goes up to like 55 or 60 in this bottoming process in June and in October. Goes back up to 60, and then it comes back down to that WMA, and it's back at $50 again. And remember, I had sold it at 100. I rebought it at 50. It's been repriced, and now they're saying to you, well, we're going to reprice this once more. We're going to make bottom in this stock $25. So I would then have to cut loose all of that that first buy that I bought into, that first dip buying dollar cost averaging that these banks bought into, these institutions. So it's going to be a big. It's at the end of this down move. Whenever we have that last capitulation moment, where utilities, consumer staples sells out, you're going to end up seeing the inflection point for the entire year for the S&P 500. Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, it's not an Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to take a break. I have a meeting here coming up in the next half an hour. I'll be back with you. I do want you to know that on a 5-minute chart, I do want you to see this on a 5-minute chart. See that blue line right there? I'm going to get rid of that. Hold on here. Indicator. What do we got? Moving arrow. All I could do is just. What we got going on here? We'll do the 20. We'll make that blue. We're going to hide all these other ones. See that right there? See that blue line right there? This should start coming up, and this should start trading right up on that blue line right there, okay? You want to see that blue line hold right here. That's at 383.03. You want to see a bounce on 383.03. So like right here. Right down there, you want to see that, okay? See that big blue line right there. This is the Jedi Marcus line right here. You're welcome, Thane. I do want to give you one update from this morning, early this morning. The European market wrap, this was at 7 o'clock this morning. The U.S. equity futures predicted a stronger start on Wall Street due to optimism that central banks would succeed in their fight against inflation and the promise of Chinese leaders to accelerate economic growth. Futures on the energy and technology heavy NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 ticked higher, while the underlying indexes are still expected to end the month lower. Some investors may bet instead that inflation is peaking, giving the Federal Reserve and other central banks some leeway in tightening policy, as opposed to fearing an economic recession brought on by higher interest rates. In contrast, in recent years, China's top leaders have promised to revive consumption and support the private sector in order to strengthen the economy next year. Beijing's pledge raised energy and metal prices, with those sectors leading gains on Europe's stock 600 index, while news of a COVID surge across China curtailed gains on Asian markets. I'll be back. So I just switched over to the EMA. It's this fat yellow line right here. You want to see that EMA hold right here to remain bullish. You want to see that stay above this EMA to get bullish. If you go below the EMA, you're going to be getting bearish. It's a 5-minute chart with the estimated moving average. I'll change the color on it so it's blue or something.
According to the Czech presidency, EU countries agree at the gas price cap. So EU countries here agreeing on the gas price cap. The EU ministers agree on €180 per megawatt hour gas price cap. So again, EU ministers agree on a €180 per megawatt hour gas price cap. So more colour is the EU countries agree that the gas price cap is able to be triggered from February 15th onwards, according to a document. EU countries also agree that the gas price cap will not initially apply to over-the-counter trades, according to a document.
Now trading below VWAP.
Just looking to the markets, just noticing some strength in the dollar at the moment. No headline catalyst to back this up. We're just keeping our eyes open for this. Just looking to a note on the markets here as US stocks and treasuries have dropped, and as traders are mulling the Federal Reserve's path next year after the central bank officials vowed to keep raising rates until they're confident that inflation has subdued. So investors are still on the edge after recent remarks from the Fed and other hawkish central banks across the globe, but some may be looking past fears of economic recession triggered by higher interest rates and betting instead that inflation might be peaking, allowing the Fed and its peers some leeway in their tightening policy. According to EU officials, Germany voted in favour of the EU gas price cap.
So this is. Call me back because I want to do my. I went on to hold on a second. All right, so just a heads up down here. You've got this. This is this right here. Hold on a second here. Hang tight, boys and girls. So this is your retest right here of the lows from Friday. And you can see on Bookmap it's showing this area down here. You can see we came up, traded off, right? Traded off again, sold down.
UN Secretary General Guterres says there is serious risk of losing the Iran nuclear deal, which would be negative for peace and stability in the region.
Sold it down, came back up. This is where the bears recommitted. So we get your pivot over here. Selling it down now. Looking for this retest on previous low on Friday. Now, if you don't see the accumulation,
oil prices pairing their gains as U.S. crude turns negative after earlier rising by $1 a barrel.
Sideways, move up. Now, if we start to break below, I told you guys before, early this morning, I said you had S1 down here. This is where negative gamma is down below. So if you start to see us trade down here, right? You don't get that volume spike. And you start to see us trade down below this S1, right? You'll see like a push below it. And then another retest. And this is where it gets really, this whole area right here is where it gets very negative. This is where we get, we're going to start looking for the gap closure down at 373, 375. And that is right down here. This is where the gap closure is. This is where the bears are looking for. We're looking to get underneath this level right here. They can get underneath
the dollar yen extends its advance
through
to
this level,
3%, reaching around
get some rejections
137.01.
going. This is going to be fast. This move here is going to be huge here. So we're looking for a reaction on the previous low from Friday. Bulls would feel best with a trade-off of 375, 373, something like that. That's that full gap move from a month prior. Right down in here. You want to see that gap get closed. This is the first one right here at 375. All right. Oh, I got a second here. Oh, hold on a second here. Over here whacking a bunch of shit. So you can see those 3 levels down here on Bookmap kind of correspond to these 3 levels right here. Have a standing order down below, and this right. Let's see if I can. Right in here, you got a standing order of 533 orders on the book. We'll see if that holds down below here. Yeah, if you guys earlier this morning, I was talking about getting the VIX up. You need to break through the weekly moving average. Until you see the VIX go, you won't see the VIX get cranking until that point.
Euro pairs gains
Winky.
versus the
What
US
the
dollar.
fuck is
Last
this?
up 0.03% at $1.0587.
Winky's like, what the fuck is going on? This is the 20 EMA. This is the yellow line is the VWAP and the blue is the 20 EMA. Fucking Winky. Did I have the right one? Nope. Did you just send you to pay $2 to send a message thing? No. Did you do a super chat or something? Winky, did you just donate $2 to me? Do you want a refund? I don't know what that is. I'm assuming that's like a super chat or something. Is that offered on there now? Hold on a second. My wife's been working on this stuff for me. Hold on a second. I'm going to look right now. I'm going to assume my wife put that up there. Hold on. I'm going to look right now. Hang tight. Hold on. So I got it. Oh, dude, I haven't even ended the poll yet. Okay, so the poll is. Where does it show on here? I'm looking right now. Oh, is that a $sign? Show support for engage with your audience. Oh no, wait a minute, that isn't it. I can't see it on my end. Hold on, let me look at it from. Hold on a second. I gotta like open a. Hang tight.
Binance US explores buying other distressed assets, according to the CEO.
I can't see it from my end, so let me log in under my daughter's Gmail account. Hold on. Dude, what's the super chat thing? Hold on a second. Yes, Mark just said super chat. I'm looking at it on a different Google account right now. Hold on. Subscribers mode. I'm going to subscribe with my daughter's account. I am. What's up? Hang tight 1 second. Yeah. Is it for today or for the entire market? Every day? Sweet. We'll take a look at it. Calls and puts. Winky face, did you just put up $1.49 with a unicorn? You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Hold on, Winky. Oh, dude, hold on. I'll do a super chat. Hold on, I get my credit card. Hold on a second here. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I want to put my credit card on my daughter's account. All right. You know what I'm gonna do, Winky. Winky, I'm gonna get on Discord. Right? Are you in the Discord, Winky? Winky, you on Discord right now? Okay, so I'm gonna go. What's your is your username Winky? I'm gonna go in there and make you a mod and give you a room or give you the. I'm gonna let you do whatever you want in there, unless your wife's boyfriend gets all angry. Is the wife's boyfriend on the stream right now? Because I want to talk to him, make sure he's okay. All right, I'm gonna get on. I'm gonna get on the Discord right now and get you in there. Oh, next select lower, bounce up. I should be one of those douchebags and be like, I'm not answering that question unless you do a super chat, bro. If I get 100 likes, if we get 100 subs right now. So I see people say that stupid shit. I'm like, what are you fucking saying? All right, so we got 140. Dude, what a fucking slow ass day, huh? Yeah, I want to do your Discord thing. Yeah. Yeah, I want you to have your own fucking room so you can fucking talk to people about fucking stock picks and shit. Because I know you're fucking awesome at it. I know you're awesome at it. You're going to have your own little fiefdom, not little, big fiefdom in there. You want to see a few green bars here. Yeah, if you're going to take this trade, if I was going to take this trade, you know, there it is right there. Yeah, Winky's a badass. Wait, I'll show you my feet. Yeah, so the VIX, man, you're not going to see the VIX. You're not going to see the VIX until you're not going to see the VIX go up until we break below weekly moving average. Winky's Land of Should I name it that? Winky's Land of Unicorns? Dude, I'm fucking naming it that. That's awesome. Winky's Land of... I'm going to get on it right now. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $1.8 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $1.5 billion.
All right, Winky, let me know. Oh, look at that little bounce, baby. Bounce. Bounce. Winky, let me know if you're a mod now in Discord. Yeah, I think I gave the mods some pretty free reign. Like, you guys can pretty much do anything you want. You have your own room and shit that you can talk in with. Nobody else can see what you're talking about. And I think you can create rooms too. If you can't create rooms, let me know, but I think that you can. No shit. All right, right on. So see if you can create a room. If you can't, right, I'll create a room for you and tell me what you want to name it. I think the unicorn thing's kind of fucking cool, to be honest with you. Whoever wrote that. Who wrote that? Winky's Unicorn Room. Hey, Mr. Unrealized Gains. What's up, my brother? Nice little bounce right here on the spy. I still don't like it, man. I want to see those last. I want to see these. I want to see these get taken out down here. Like maybe it's good intraday play. If E-Trading Shorts is in here, thanks, brother. I want to say thanks today for supporting the channel on Friday. Yeah, it's a dead day, man. It's a great day to be playing with channel features. Do whatever you need to do. Okay, that was you. Right on. That was a good name for that room. Like Winky's Unicorn Trades, or what did you call it? Winky's Land of Unicorns. If he can't make a room and if I have to make the room, I'll label it that. I'll have to give credit to MK.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $54 billion in 3-month bills. Prior bid to cover of 2 to 51 and a prior high yield of 4.27%. The US sells $45 billion in 6-month bills. Prior bid to cover of 2 to 66 and a prior high yield of 4.63%.
Your wife's boyfriend's in there. He's blasting away inside the Discord. I never get to go in there. I wish I was in there more often. I don't have the fucking time. Wish I did. I fucking love Discords. Like Discords, I was living in Discords for years. I love it.
Italy's energy authority president expects more gas price increases as winter season kicks in.
God damn it! How the fuck do I do this? Hell yeah! I fucking love these guys. Our fucking Discord's awesome. Bunch of fucking pirates. There's a bunch of shit you can do. If you want, do you want me to boost that server? I think I boosted it once before. You want to boost the server so you can do some shit in there? You can do like you can live stream like your naked feet or something. Yeah, you know what sucks about the one thing that sucks about Discord is the live streams aren't like they're not real time at any time. They're really like, and then you can't store videos. A bunch of shit you still can't do on Discord. Okay, yeah. If you need anything, Winky, at all, if you need like a monthly thing on there, like pay for a boost or something, I know there's like things that sometimes the server might need. If it needs anything, let me know and I'll put it up for you. Try to get along with your wife's boyfriend. I think he holds it down in there. I'm not positive, but I think he does. There's like 4 or 5 or 6 mods in there, and they're all legit. So try to be nice and play along well with others. Not that you really have to. You do your own thing in there. I know you're a badass when it comes to pickings, though. It's kind of a brutal day, right? Not a whole. I mean, even this rundown, the 380 Cs went to like 50 cents or something. 380 Ps went to like 50 cents. The 383 Ps went to, I think, $2. They were 20 cents, I think, on Friday. So I don't. That's not that much fucking money. 110% on puts. Waiting all fucking morning. It's kind of bullshit. I just gotta stop swearing. I'm told I'm not supposed to be swearing on YouTube anymore. There's a little bit of a premium kick on 382 Cs. I've been eyeballing those too. They went down to like 74 cents. Now they're 88 cents. Sometimes I feel like it's a trap. Like, there's a play in here for like 10 or 20%, but I mean, can I get some kind of a? I mean, this is the retest, but then I'm looking to the left, and there's like 3 more levels. At
11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, the US sells $54 billion in 3-month bills.
Day.
Prior bid to cover of 2 to 51 and a prior high yield of 4.27%. The US sells $45 billion in 6-month bills. Prior bid to cover of 2 to 66 and a prior high yield of 4.63%.
Yeah, the 380 Ps we were looking at on Friday. I think they were 380 or 383s. I think they were like 20 cents. But I mean, what time is it? It's 11:10 in the morning. I wouldn't want to sit on any directional calls or puts from Friday bell into 11:30 on a Monday. 4 days? No way. Directional only. Jesse, I see what you just said. Yeah, I hired some developers from Upwork to help speed this stuff along. Oh, by the way, my wife just sent me. She downloaded the intern. I'll call her the intern. I shouldn't call her that. If she hears me say that shit, she'll be She's got the sum of put call gamma. Let's take a look. This is all fresh off the hot presses. We'll take a look at these. See if I can. I mean, this is almost a pin, right? Well, so we're trading right now. 380.60, right? Right in here. Man, that's where the pin is, isn't it? They haven't printed the. Well, I don't think they've printed these calls. This is for today, by the way. Could see a slingshot up at some point. We got a lot of puts in the money here. 395, 3995 Ps, and then we got a lot of puts in the money. 380. This is the whole concentration of where the puts are for today. None of these calls have printed. This isn't really showing it either. This kind of shows the pin right here, or this one right here. I don't know why she sent this one to me. Let me look again here.
Polish PM Morawiecki says in Brussels, our majority coalition managed to break the resistance, mainly from Germany, regarding the gas cap.
You're talking about all these calls dying over here. Man, I tell you, this does look like we're way put heavy down here. See how put heavy we are down here? This is almost you know what this reminds me of is she reminds me of back here.
1 minute remaining. I'll lead with the 3-month bills bid cover.
Hold on. She reminds me of all this right here. All this dog shit. 1, 2, and then 3 days up. Like this nastiness right here. Is that 1, 2? I gotta get some water. 3, 4, 5 days. Brutal. 13th, 12th, 9th. This is a Monday here. This is what we're expecting, right? We didn't get that, but this kind of a move right here. Came up higher, sold off the open, and sold this down.
Shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6 month bill auction.
That's nasty, like 5 straight days sideways. I mean, this is kind of an up move, but then they sold it down again. It's like Spreadville. Total fucking Spreadville by like 5 day. Although I guess Chase was saying that the market could go down from here and not up. Right, this was CPI, I think. We kept reverting to the mean. I think there was a blast down here at some point too that came back up. This is this one right here. Went right back to the meme, to the meme. Kind of that same situation, right? It's kind of like that. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but just like that fucking, maybe this is 3 days or something. That would suck. Just that slow grind down. There was an article that came out this weekend talking about there's more selling to be done into the end of the year. So if you had any kind of strength, it would just be, you'd get volume into strength. There's volume into strength, strength, volume into it, into end of the year. No. Moving average, take a look at those.
2 to 57, 2 to 57. High yield, 4.29%, 4.29%. 6 month bid cover, 2 to 86, 2 to 86. 6 month high yield, 4.55%, 4.55%.
This is what I like. So I was showing you the EMA earlier. This is what I like.
US sells $56 billion in 3-month bills at a high rate of 4.29% and awards 1.34% of bids at high.
There.
US sells $47 billion in 6-month bills at a high rate of 4.55% and awards 14.85% of bids at high.
Or at least in a 1 minute chart. That's what I like to use. MBI is updated daily. Yes, it is. Oh, Magnus is coming out with the unicorns. At least ask a question. If you're gonna tip, ask a question. I'll try to answer it for you, to the best of my ability. Magnus, just ask a question. And put a unicorn on it. MBI, the market breadth indicator. You guys are so funny. The market breadth indicator is updated daily. It tracks all of the subsectors of the S&P 500. And you could track that with right now you could track that just by looking at right now everyone's hiding out in utilities. You need utilities to cut the fat. You need to go on Twitter and tell all the old people to sell utilities, please, so we can go back up again. Favorite bourbon? I like favorites. Rip Van Winkle. I think it's is it the 10-year or 12-year? Whatever the first one they sell is my favorite. I don't like any of the older Rip Van Winkles. They taste like scotch to me, single malt scotch. There are some Japanese bourbon companies that make bourbons that are almost identical in flavor. So I drink a couple of Japanese bourbons, and then I really like High West Distillery. I like their Prairie Fire and their Campfire, and I like their rye, believe it or not, too. I like Weller. And if I'm camping with friends and I can't get the Campfire bourbon, I will drink Evan Williams. I met the distillers. It's like the PBR of bourbon. He was like, "Cool, thanks, man." Is he crazy? You know how hard that shit is to get? That shit is not easy to get anymore. Yeah, it's the 10-year. That's my favorite Pappy. I've drank a lot of that shit. I did a job in South Carolina where these guys were all in with the distilleries. I used to be the guy that would come in and turn your business around. Rendezvous Rye is outstanding rye. Makes a kick-ass Manhattan. It's really good. If you guys ever see it out there, it's not expensive either. It's cheap. For what you get, it's cheap. It used to be really expensive outside of Utah. But now you can get it anywhere now. And it's banging. And they're just coming into I know they were using I think they were using Maker's Mark. I think they were I forget which whiskey. So when most distilleries create a company, they takes like 10 years for them to bottle their whiskey at some point. But I think they're right in that curve right now where all their whiskey is theirs. Which Japanese whiskeys? Hold on, I'll tell you. There's a few of them. Hold on one second. One starts with a T, but hold on a second. I'll try to get you the exact ones. That's like a clear bottle with a white label on it. I like Hibiki, Hibiki. And they're pretty cheap. They have cheap bottles. Tenjaku, which is Tenjaku. Tokai, Toki is good stuff too. If you ever have a chance, go find yourself a good liquor store. and they're almost exact. Like if I poured you a glass, so some people are gonna say that it doesn't taste, or people say things to you like it's not real bourbon, of course, and it's a ripoff and that kind of stuff. But I've drank a lot of Pappy, like Rip Van Winkle. Like I've tasted tons of it, and only through knowing people that had access to it. But regardless, some of these Japanese bourbons, Japanese whiskeys, if I poured it right next to a glass, you might on the higher year stuff on Rip. It's like the Rip Van Winkle stuff that's like 15. I think they have like 15 to 17 and a 20. Don't quote me on the exact years, but those taste like you're drinking a pine forest from Kentucky. You feel like you're sitting in a pine forest drinking that stuff. Let me see. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Hibiki. And Haku, Hakushu is another one. They make some banging, and they're like, these bottles are like $20, $30, $10. I've seen some of them for like $10, $15, and you couldn't tell the difference. I promise you. Yeah, no.
Czech industry minister says this deal will protect citizens and businesses from excessive gas price spikes.
I actually know more than I should be letting on about this stuff. So, in my profession, right? If you have like a Michelin restaurant or a James Beard restaurant, or I don't know, like top 10 restaurant in the U.S. on Open Table, or
Czech industry minister says the cap will be triggered if the month ahead TTF price exceeds 180 euro megawatt hours for 3 days.
I would come help you to do what you do, and so if you sell so much whiskey from Rip Van Winkle Company, well, if you sell, I think it's Eagle Rare, and I forget the other one is, you can sign up for an allotment depending on how much whiskey you sell, and so these are direct from this is direct from the distillery. None of this stuff came from like a package store or from a restaurant claiming it to be something. So you meet the distillers and stuff like that. Yeah, Total Wine, man. I think they've got a Total Wine in California too, in LA.
Czech industry minister says that this is not a fixed cap, but a dynamic one.
Yeah, Hibiki Harmony is awesome. That's good shit. Yeah, there's a lot of fakes still even then too. I shouldn't be saying that because there's still fakes even in the whiskey market. I think there's a big bust down in there was a huge bust down in South Carolina, wasn't there? Like maybe half a decade ago, where they were pulling from the trucks. People put relabel stuff. They'll all right, let's see here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna take a look here. Yeah, man, you don't want to break below. I'm telling you what. If you're not aware, right? Anything down below here, this is all negative gamma down here. So it'll get nasty. Like if we break below right here, this gets violent. Down below here.
Czech industry minister says the price cap level is based on a daily LNG reference price plus a premium.
Just so you can see. Hold on a second here. And we've broken below at this point. So if you're looking at, why is this not showing up here? Yeah, so we've broken below into negative gamma here. And this is really bad. So on SPX,
Czech industry minister says the cap will apply to month ahead, 3 month ahead, and year ahead TTF contracts.
So just so you know out there, So SPX is the indicator for the SPY.
Czech
Do you guys
industry
all know
minister
that?
says the cap will apply to all gas trading hubs in the EU, but Commission can choose to exclude some.
So we're below negative gamma now on SPX. It's not quite showing up on. This is not zero gamma. This is zero gamma here. And this is positive gamma up here. This is real bad. You're going to expect to fill this gap down here, which is pretty fucking low, man. 7. Right there. This is not a good sign. If you're a bear, this is a very good sign. With this SPX, you want to see that break right there. No bueno. No bueno.
EU Simpson says this cap aims to take away the war premium on gas prices.
That's also where that 500 bid order was. Well, the door is open, definitely. Bears just opened the door.
EU Energy Commissioner says filling the gas storage for storages
Yeah, they have
next
a
year
Total
for
Wine
winter will
there.
be harder
Yeah.
than this year.
I like Total Wine. Yeah, I like a red Hulk or a green Hulk. Yeah, you can see we're in negative gamma too. We're just squeezing right now. Yeah, if you're not above the pivot here, well, if you're not above, this is actual R1 right here. This is where positive gamma starts. So, seeing squeezes, new lows again, no different. I'm watching right now to see if 382 goes up in price, but I'm not seeing it. Like 382 is still 59 cents. On that bounce, you should have seen a giant rip on 382Cs.
EU Energy Commissioner says the deal includes safeguards in case the gas price cap causes an increase in margin calls.
Slow news day today.
EU Energy Commissioner says the EU is ready to suspend the cap if regulators and analysts show that risk outweigh the benefits.
You know what I'll do is who tipped over here earlier? Magnus. You know what I'll do is I'll get a bottle of whiskey. I'll get a bottle of Japanese whiskey, and we'll drink it. You're gonna do your own gem language in there, unicorns and shit. I was reading a story about. I don't know. I'll talk about it later. I was reading this story. They were saying don't try to time the market. I'm like, you can fucking time the market pretty well. They're like, don't try to time bottoms. I was like, that's a lie. I was like, if unemployment goes to the fucking moon, we'll time that bottom easily. This looks like a squeeze only, by the way. Low volume squeeze. You can see the I shouldn't say that. The volume is high as fuck right now. Like low volume days on the dome, you'll end up seeing like 50,000 contracts, 60,000 contracts, shit like that. You're seeing like 268,000, right now. So this is more horse trading for institutions. Mike Wilson's now calling for 3,000. I don't get this research because I'm not wealthy. I will, Magnus. I'll have it. I'll bring it. I'll go pick one up tonight and bring it back for the stream this week. We'll drink it on Christmas Eve or something, or the day before, whatever the fuck it is. I'll grab a bottle for you, man. We'll drink it together. Or I can't drink it with you, but I'll drink it with you. I'll drink it on air. I don't get this research because I'm not what they're never right anyways. I mean, what did they do what were their predictions last year? They were wrong, right? They're always fucking wrong. I feel like it's always a narrative. They're always just trying to sell a narrative. Are we selling right now? I predict 3,000. Mike Wilson said he was buying the market, right? Just not too long ago. He said if the market got too hot, he would start selling again. We didn't even get to 430. I think he said 430. We got to like 415, 410, 414 to be exact. And I think he was selling before we got to 414. So he probably got hurt on that. Yeah, it does. I agree with that, Winky. That it becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. I was talking to Volwiz the other day, and he was like,
says
somebody
it will
definitely
review
got hurt.
details of EU's gas price and its feasibility, but says the price cap risks financial stability.
Somebody definitely. So, do you guys know when we went to 414, right? You probably have an institution with a large short position with a stop loss on it. And when it cranked higher, they got jacked over big time. Probably took a huge hit, and no one talked about that in the news. Like who got hurt in that trade higher? He claimed which run? No, he was a bull. So like somewhere in here, hold on.
ICE says it will assess whether it can continue to operate fair and orderly markets for TTF gas hub from the Netherlands.
He was a bull on that run until he got up there, and then once we got up there, he said, "I'm a seller now."
EU Energy Commissioner says only one member state voted against the cap.
There was a Monday or Tuesday, so like into Friday, he'd had like a couple interviews where he was like, "We're long until it gets overly hot." I think he even said at one point in one of his interviews 430 area, and then as soon as we went up to like 400 or something, he was like, he came out on a Monday and was like, "We're selling here," and we slammed up to 414. And people were nobody's talked about it. Who got hurt in that short trade? Which institution got hurt? But he was claiming that he was a bull to 414. That's I think I remember exact. I think he wasn't a bull at that point. I'll look it up because who was it? Jesus or something. Wall Street Jesus had every time he was long, short, or whatever. I think Wall Street Jesus. Someone tracks it out there. You just trade this up, Ryan? This little jump? He said that on CNBC on Thursday. Because I remember he had 2 or 3 interviews, one on Bloomberg where he said we're long this market, and then I remember like a Monday he came out and said we're not long any longer. We talked about it, I think, in stream, and then we started selling. Yeah, we're talking about Mike Wilson. I haven't done shit today. I haven't done nothing. I'll be honest with you, this is making my eyes bleed. Yeah, he's a short again right now. Yeah, I'm just waiting. There's a retracement trade here. We all know there is. I think even bears know that there's a retracement trade. But I mean, I would love to take it from right here. I would love this like sell down. That'd be a gorgeous trade. It's somewhere in here. You could probably take a call spread here, and it'd probably print. I don't think we're blasting through 375 in any way, shape, or form. I think we're going below 375. I just don't think we're doing it like today or tomorrow, unless we get a retracement. I'd like to see it touch and then come up, fill the higher gap, and then come back down and blast through and rip down to like 350 or something, 355, 360. All right. I'll be back. I'm about to call a guy. I have to call about these indicators. You guys are going to get them. So I think I can get the Discord indicators too. So I'm hoping that I can get a bot for Discord where you can find out the gamma levels for each ticker. I don't know if I can get each ticker, but I think I can. The major ones like Apple and Amazon and Tesla, at least like the major Fangman stuff, and then all of the indexes. And you can go ahead and just plug. You should be able to just like plug in the ticker, and then it'll compute all that stuff for you every day. So you'll get a chart and a distribution of puts and calls as well. Oh, Dan Niles. Oh, so bagholder Bobby knows exactly how this goes. You're correct, bagholder Bobby. Dan Niles comes out on CNBC at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And he says, "We're short this market, but we're long right now because we're in oversold conditions." That's exactly what he says every time, and that's usually when the MBI is like pin max needles down low. It is Dan Niles that says that, right? Yeah, so I'm working on that with some developers, and I'll try to put the bot inside of the Discord for you, and then it'll be on the website and that kind of stuff. So I'm going to make that phone call right now, and I'll get back with you guys. If there's a large, I mean, I don't know if I see anything at all that, we're still teeing off the moving averages here, right? You can see that's what we're doing. Camp here, teed right off. None of this is good. If the moving averages come down here, the scary part, if you're a bull, the scary part is the moving averages just keep it coming down here. We should get some more negative gamma moves down below. So anything down below this negative gamma line right here, this S1 area, is no bueno. All right, I'll be back.
The Kremlin says EU gas price cap is attack on market pricing and is unacceptable.
So just be aware right now, you're watching Bounce, right? Just look on the Bookmap and you can see that still have more sellers than buyers right now. So just take this as a word of caution. This is more like a squeeze here so far, okay? This trade higher right now. Still selling into strength would be the way that you describe this right here. Do you see that in the dome? Can see down here you still have more sellers than buyers right now. And we're in negative gamma, so you can see the pivot here. This is zero gamma right here. This is like bad gamma. This is zero gamma where the pivot is. So you see this nice squeeze higher, but you see that there's still sellers right now. Indicative of still being in negative gamma at the moment. Winky, are you fucking spamming are you spamming the chat, bro? I can't listen to CNBC anymore. That shit's like I remember the day I gave it up. I was like, I'll never ever fucking listen to this dog shit ever again. I can't do CNBC. I just can't. It's like brain rot. I was just messing with you, Winky. Winky's the fucking man. CNBC, man, I can't do it. I can't listen to CNBC. I just can't do it. I can't, bro. Can't do CNBC. I can barely get through like the I hate Fox News, but like Fox Business, not so bad. Some of the Bloomberg stuff's pretty good. I guess there is some good stuff on CNBC. I think Winky's talked about the option show. There's a couple shows that are pretty cool. There's some option show that isn't it on at like 3:30 or 2:30. There's an option show on, or there was every day of the week, I think. And they would like pump their own positions. They'd be like, It'd be like, I'm in snow calls for next Wednesday. I just got in them, and then you'd watch snow go up like 3% in the next 5 minutes. Now, that's a fair point, too. Ocean Fantasy is saying they have a complete idea what is going on. They just don't want to release it. I agree with that. I've made money off of them fucking up and saying shit they weren't supposed to say. I have made money from them doing that. Every once in a while, they'll let something slip. I agree with that, Ocean Fantasy. I have made money from them slipping, like in broadcast, saying we shouldn't have said that. Do you remember that shit they would do? Remember they would pump their own calls? It was like 2:30 in the afternoon. I think it was like 2:30, 3 o'clock maybe. They would come on every day. Market would be selling off. You know that? And we're in the bull market and it would like sell off. We'd like pump for the whole morning. We'd go sideways and we'd go down until like 2:30 in the afternoon. Those guys would come on and just drop their own stocks. We'd be right at where the bottom is, and you just watch them fucking rip. Totally legal. And it was always like some kind of a thing like you knew they got out of those calls right afterwards. Yeah, you remember that show? I forget who it was. I forget what the name. It was the guy was on it who had like the he's like the bra college guy. I forget his name. He does like the footballs in the back of his office and all that shit. And like 2 and 3 of his buddies would sit there and pump a bunch of fucking pump and dump stocks on CNBC. That shit's crazy. All right, I got to get back to it. I'm talking to some developers and I have no idea what I'm talking about. I have like trying to relate like a layman asking a developer to do certain things is no fun. I don't remember. Yeah, Josh. The guy's name was Josh. His show. Whoever his show was on. His show was on. That's the show I'm talking about. He'd come on like, he just pump a couple dog shit stocks that have been bleeding off. He'd be like, "Oh, I've been calls on these things," and then boom, you just watch it turn. His name is Josh. I don't think so. I don't think Bloomberg does that, but Bloomberg, you can usually get some good interviews on Bloomberg. You can usually get you get like a more, not in depth, but where you get like a couple stupid comments from somebody announcing their positions, like some hedge fund announcing their positions. Like Bloomberg, you can usually get a heavy hitter that'll come talk for 15, 20 minutes. Yeah, Kramer's just a meme now, man. Yeah, I saw that, Christian, about China experiencing COVID meltdowns. I saw that shit. This is productive right here. This is very productive. Still squeezing though, still selling. I don't even know what to. So I was trading when I believe it or not, I was trading when Jon Stewart ripped Kramer on his show, The Daily Show. I was trading then. I remember that. I remember that fucking meltdown. I remember that time. At that time, Kramer pulled a lot of weight in the market, or at least up until that point. That's when he first lost his like he lost, like the first time Kramer lost respectability was definitely during that time period. And then Jon Stewart had him on, he lost his credibility. And then like the rise of the retailers, I shouldn't say the rise of the retailers. The real rise of the retailers was in the dot-com bust. And then he regained some fame probably like 2018, 19, 20. He started getting famous again or earning. And I remember back at that time, he tried to make himself out to be, if it's ever going to get bad, I'll tell you. Of course, he went down the whore hole. You want some pools of blood up here?
Just seeing comments from ECB Governing Council member Nagel now as they speak on German TV, just saying it will take some time to return to 2% inflation.
Guys are terrible. That one hurt. That was the terrible. Isn't that terrible? The reason I don't like Hey Kramer as much as everyone else is that he is like the only one trying. Yeah, if there was a, you're welcome. Nigerian brothers went rogue. There's a well, I don't know. I mean, the one thing I like about Kramer is the one thing I'll say that I like about Kramer is he's the only, which I don't know if Winky's saying this or not, but if you're a young trader, he's the only one speaking to you as a young trader. Nobody else out there is, right? Think about, is there any other host on CNBC that talks to a young trader? He's probably the only one, right? I don't think there's anybody out there that some of those guys point blank say fuck retail traders as a host, especially young ones. Like if you're a young retail trader, you're just looked at as piece of shit. Stop eating your avocado toast. Get a job at Starbucks. Bootstraps. Blood, bright red blood. Pools of blood for the bulls. Is AMC Christmas Spirit Rally coming? I don't know. Like AMC and GME seem like they've been trading right along with the major markets. Just edging everyone. Yeah, this isn't looking pretty, is it? Just looks like a short squeeze. That's all it is. They want to get these lower levels. You want to take a look at Apple real quick? We can. Hold on. Let's take a look around the market. You want to see if we're turning? So Bookmap doesn't look like we're turning, but let's start with Bookmap, okay? So you're at home right now. Bookmap, you can see we have more sellers than buyers. We are below negative gamma. Well, negative gamma, not really nasty negative gamma yet. This is where negative gamma is. That negative gamma is. This is zero gamma right here. This is still negative. That means we're, since the beginning of the day, we've sold off, right? Sold off the T, sold it down one more time, and then you're going to expect, if you're a bear, that we're going to grab these moving averages again and try to get underneath, right, to get down to that 373, 375. You can see we have more sellers, so any kind of strength right here, you'd want to see more buyers than sellers. We're not seeing that. So these are all check marks for the bears. We'll take a look around the market. So we'll look at NDX next. Down 122 points. Right? NDX doesn't look healthy, does it? You want to talk about Apple down here. You guys like trend lines. I like trend lines too. Can't say I don't. So we'll put a trend line in here, but we know where real buyers are. Right? We know real buyers are down here. We know real buyers are down here. We know that real buyers are probably, somewhere in here. But there's still room to go is the point. That there's a lot of room here that you could go before you get real support. This probably coincides with 473, somewhere down in here. 473 is probably like right there. Just a smaller time frame. You'd really like to buy this at least, right? This is probably 11,034. That's another 100 points down that we could go on NASDAQ. Probably another 100 points. We're at 120. If we were minus 250 on the day, it'd be pretty brutal, right? So, at least NASDAQ, it looks okay. intraday trade or something. Could go lower. You know, cool 11,000 down here. This is pretty much on relation to the SPY. It's probably where that 373 is down here. So I don't know. You want to buy a dip? Yeah, you could. We did it down here. Here we caught a dip buy, but it was down that buy zone too, right? We caught that up. Still risky, not risky, but call spread would be nice because you could capture this. Be less risky. Take a look at Dixie. See how it's, yeah, and you can see Dixie. Dixie's looking bullish, but I want to warn you. I need to warn you that I had this here, but I'm going to change this here. I'm going to warn you that anything below this level here is probably going to be I might have that wrong. This is June. This is October. Yeah, like you have to be careful of a decoupling of the dollar. There's a part I posted about this in the summer. I think Sater was talking about this. I made a post this summer saying that you could see a recovery in Dixie, and then you get too low and it becomes decoupled from the stock market. What we'll do is we'll look at no, hold on. Give me a second. We're you know what? We'll do it right now. Hold on. You want to be careful with just a second here. I want you to see something here, okay? See if I can show this to you. Yeah. Okay, so I want you to be aware that there can be a decoupling. See where you see this decoupling of Dixie? Starts to sell off. It's on a high, right? I want you to see this specifically, okay? See how Dixie is on a high right here over time? And you kind of see it's higher highs, higher highs, higher highs, and you break trend, right? And then we've seen this recently happen. I want you to see that right there, okay? So we're trending up, trending up, trending up, and you see this break. And I want you to be concerned about that at least. You can't see it there. But I know you can see it in here. Right in this last little bit. We're rolling over and there it goes down there too. But this specific move right here, I was concerned about. You can see the divergence already in Dixie right here. And you can see that divergence right there. Well, that divergence where they start to both drop at the same time. And so you're seeing a divergence still. Like, so the stock market hasn't gone down yet, right, to match this down move in Dixie. And so my point to you is if you start to see Dixie really falling here, is this now becoming a lead indicator of a fall in SPX? is the point that I'm trying to make. So, how do we look at that? Right here, right where we are. So you kind of don't want to see. You don't want to see like SPX holding on or SPY holding on, and you start to see this kind of nonsense. You start seeing this nonsense and SPY's not going up. You're going to expect SPY to actually follow in line with Dixie at some point. So be careful of this decoupling with Dixie. So is Dixie positive right now? I would say that the only reason you can use Dixie at this point is as a bearish indicator. If you start to break down here, right, and you see SPY not going up, this is then going to imply that SPY is going to start crashing, or even if it's just like a localized 5%, something like that, 10%. So I would stop using Dixie where it is currently as a bullish indicator on the stock market. With the VIX. Yeah, we deleted all the VIX. Somewhere in there. It's 2021. It's all back in 2021. You're going to expect this to get bought right now, right? We're still rolling the market over. Found buyers down there. Found buyers down there. Found buyers down there. Sold that off. $18 way down there.
So oil prices extend their gains. US crude rising $2 to a session high of around $76.41.
Buyers, sellers down. Yeah, this trend, man. I don't know about right here. This 2111. It's another 55 cents down. Looking for a bounce down below here on HYG. TLT probably find a bounce down here. I'm not seeing a lot, man. The market's not really saying a hell of a lot right now, I promise you. JNK is starting to break below here. Whole lot of dog shit. It looks like
The
dog
German
shit to
Economy
me.
Minister Habeck says that Germany and I are still skeptical on the gas price mechanism.
It does look like bottom. Probably the best tell right now is NASDAQ. NDX is the tell. Where's NDX? Because NDX, okay. So there's 11,077 on NASDAQ, right? And we were just talking about, you know, you can see this grind down here, right? Kind of want to see at least this in here. Like a touch of 11,000 would be nice. Kind of want to see that get a reaction trade down here. Kind of want to see that right there. Even if you get this reaction trade down here, you know, you're still looking for it to be sold at some point. So we know there's sellers right here. There's a gap to be filled up here. See this gap back here needs to be filled. But you got sellers that are these are all sellers right here. Sold it down, right? Sold it down again. And there's some sneaky sellers down here too, right here. I'm going to assume that they're going to try to, you know, sell this down and get that last little bit. So we might get a pump right now and then slam it down. I know you want to fill this gap up here, but this I think that was the posit today, right? Fill the gap. If you don't fill the gap, might as well come down. Fill the gap on SPX, on SPY. Be wary of this in here. Be wary of a reversal at 11,195.56. You can see this big buy right here that didn't do shit. Just selling into strength, man. That's what it is. Just any kind of strength, sell into it. Any kind of strength, sell into it. See right here, right? Buyers came in, bought it up the 16th, and just strength came in selling. Boom. Look down here in the volume. It's just all sellers, sellers, sellers. So this does not look healthy to me. I could be wrong here. You know, I'm wrong. I'm not always right. This looks like it's teeing off to go down. It's really shit. It's not productive. I mean, if you're a bull, I guess I'm speaking more to the bulls. Is if you squeeze higher here, it's just a squeeze. It's not productive. Where are you getting you're getting hit with AMC bots in the Discord, Winky, or inside the chat here? You getting hit by AMC bots inside of the Discord? Winky? Do you mean to ban that fucking word? They keep coming back? Alright, hold on a second. I'll fix that shit right now. What do you know what the exact words they're using? What's the exact are they just saying AMC? Like just the acronym AMC, or are they doing a dollar sign too? I've got sub only flipped on. Don't worry, I'll just fucking ban the word. I think I can. Is it saying is it inside of the Discord, or it's in YouTube? Hold on a second. I think I can ban the word here. Just make it easy. I don't want to ban the word, but I will. I don't mind people talking about AMC, but if you're going to come in and fucking... Oh, dude, seriously, knock this... Hold on here. I thought I saw someone ask about AMC, and I think I said you're not going to get an AMC. It's AMC is just pumping with SPY, so there's no reason to think that. I think it correlates, right? Am I wrong on this? You haven't seen the CVN? Yeah, the CVNA guys. You know, I'll just have to ask, if you're in chat right now. I don't mind you talking about AMC or CVNA, but if you blow up the chat with it, it's going to start fucking banning people. Like, ask a serious question about CVNA, no problem, I'll do that. Ask a serious question about AMC. I'll do that. I'll answer that question. If you ever think, though, that this will be a pump and dump channel, it's never been that. It never will be. Unless I guess you're pumping and dumping the S&P 500. I don't know how we could do that, but this is the boring channel. This is where you make money channel. Yeah. No, they're sitting on it right now. It's a good question. They're sitting on 38.52. They're sitting right on it right now. But they have eaten through those buyers. You see that 530? Remember the 530 standing order for five? It was like 535 standing buy order. That's gone. There's like 200 left. Just grinding through buyers right now. Give me Zach channel. Oh yeah, so back to Apple. So they're grinding through. So just so you know, right? They're grinding through. I don't know if you know that, but they're trying to grind through this level. If they grind through the buy orders here, you know where the next stop is, right? It's down. I looked at AMC for you, or I looked at AMC. Look at now, I'm saying AMC. So on Apple, if you're asking about Apple, there's a high correlation between Apple and Nasdaq and S&P 500. So you want to know what I think about Apple? I think it's not done selling. I don't think that it's done selling in any way, shape, or form. I don't think 133 is bottom. I don't think it's bottom. I'll be honest with you. The rest I can prove it. I mean, it's not that hard to prove. You just look at our market breadth, and it's not bottom. Let's see what I don't know what this was from. I haven't looked at Apple in a while. You've broken all kind of support here, right? Hold on here. You really have broken all kinds of support here. You want to know what I think about Apple? I think it looks very sickly right now, I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you. Here, I'll clear everything. Let's clear all these drawings. Close view up for you. Yeah, Apple's not looking too healthy, is it? Let's look at Apple right now. You want to know what this looks like to me? Distribution. That's what this looks like. This looks like classic distribution. And it's ready for a fucking bloodbath. I'll be honest with you. That's what it is. It's really what it's looking like. So you have this thrust up right here, right? This thrust up right here. You have this thrust up right here. And you're coming right back into it right now, right? You were told no up here. You're not going any higher, right? So you came back down. This is not looking at all like consolidation for the leg higher, right? This is called distribution in here. You have the move down. We know that there was buyers here before, but do you see this rejection here? So this rejection up here tells you if you had buyers here, you have sellers here, told no. Right? This is distribution. We're going to come back down here and check this right here, but furthermore, you're more than likely going to go lower. So if you'd found this to be consolidation, we would have made another attempt higher, right, and broken through or had the double top, right, double top. We're not getting that, so I'm going to tell you that you are looking for. You might get a bounce here. But for all intents and purposes, here's your sellers. They mean business. The market is showing they mean business. We were already here, so you're going to be looking for your next, like this area down here for buyers. You're going to be looking for your next level of buyers somewhere down in here. So this is where you check next. Get down there. You get a reaction here, but this ain't shit. And if anything, you make that yellow as a question mark. And your next level is sold it up, came back down, pushed it up. This is a big one though right here. Because you can see, you can see all this down here. This is actually a pretty good area down here. Anything below here, it's like 105. This is all nice, constructive. Boom, up 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is your this is all some serious levels down below. I would hope these hold here. I'm gonna assume that this is somewhere around 10,000 on so this right here is probably 10,000 on NDX. And you break this shit right here, right? We're going to the depths of hell. I'm gonna assume this is all. You guys can't see this stuff, can you? I got the fucking Bookmap on. This is all. This all. I'm gonna assume this all corresponds with 10,000 on. This isn't healthy, right? You got. This is pretty easy to figure out for yourself. So when you guys looking at distribution and stuff like that, right? They came down and tested this level, right? A little bit of buyers stepped in, but this is a big thrust, right? Big buyers come in and tell you, fuck no, right? So you come back up here and you're checking again to see if they're still selling into strength, which they are, right? In a larger time frame. So they sold it down. First check, you had more buyers step in and said, yep, right? And now you have all these trap buyers up in here. This is supposed to look like distribution, or not distribution, but distribution or accumulation, right? You would have expected a thrust up, but you didn't get that thrust up. So because you didn't get this is all no-go, right? What happens is they're not just going to go to this level.
Seeing that Putin's saying
They're
here,
not going to
Russia
go to
and
that level
Belarus
anymore. They're
agreed
going to
on
go
main
lower.
energy
So
pricing
the
terms.
target to blow
Putin
for
speaks after his talks
Apple
in
is
Belarus with
122.10.
Lukashenko.
I'm going to assume this lines up with some lower lows. That's my target for right now. 122.10 on another $10, believe it or not. That probably puts us at the weekly moving average. It's pretty fucking low, right? Even after all this selling, pretty low. So if you get this trade higher on Apple, you can already see where they teed off here, 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 and here. We can do, hold on. God damn it. Okay. Previous high in here. previous high, previous low. Or this would be your point of control. You are up on VWAP right now. So that is good to see. If you can catch a bounce in here on VWAP and take it up.
Putin also says that Russia and Belarus agree to continue with military drills.
I used to love trading Apple. Moving averages starting to catch up with SPY right now. Let's take a look at the EMA. So I want you to see this blue line right here. See that blue line right there. If you see something like this, start trading above this blue line right here. This could become constructive. So wait and see right here if it gets constructive. We'll look at Apple on that chart as well. So on Apple, you want to see the retest back down to the EMA and stay above it to 133 for intraday at least. I think this is where we got the pump yesterday too. See it right here. And yesterday Friday. Traded above the EMA, back down underneath. We actually got that rip higher. See it right here. 1, 2, and then boom, 3. Haven't quite seen that strength yet. One, 2, come back down, then you'll get your 3 push up higher. See if it happens. I'm not sold on it yet. I'll be honest with you. Oh, no worries, bro. I'll check it. I'll check whatever you guys want when I have time. I mean, it's constructive here, but Apple's constructive here, but this is Apple right here. This is constructive, but you know, they start fucking selling off this. They're teeing off, right? You can see them teeing off in here. Right? Just teed off down here. Boom, sold it right back down, right? You want constructive, it has to be, 1, 2, 3, move up higher. And even then you're talking about a grind to like 133. It's hard. Like even timing this down here, this bottom is really rough. It's just not that doesn't mean this isn't a good trade in here. It's how long does the trade last? We already know there's sellers back here too. They sold this down right here. They sold it down again. Sold it down again. Cumulatively, when you look at it, just look at this cumulatively, right? They tried selling it there. They couldn't get it done. Came back and they sold it there. Came back in here. They sold it there. So what are they looking for? They're just looking for one more moment to be like, fuck you, we're coming in here again. And there it is. So where do you take the bull trade here? Well, I guess my point is, where do you take the bull trade here where you feel confident? That doesn't mean if we don't squeeze up higher, you can't make that money. You can, absolutely. Can you make that money? Yes. But at the least, they're here waiting, right? They've been here waiting for 1, 2, and 3 days. They're just sitting here, waiting for you, so they can just pound it down on you and smash it lower. This is like a bull trap. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but they're here. 1, 2, 3. They're sitting here just waiting for that fucking, trap your ass in there, slam it down, and then SPY gets down to SPY comes down here and closes the gap, right? Here's the gap closed down here. And meanwhile, you're, bag holder Bobby. No offense, bag holder Bobby. I think he's a bear too, but I could be wrong. But you're bag holder Bobby, and there's this one last little stretch here, and it slams down, and then you're kind of fucked, and you miss that whole turn higher. Now we could go higher here, but this is SPY now, right? Notice how it looks a lot like the same, right? You got 1, right, 2, and they tried it again on the open today. So you got a lot of pressure here. If we just flipped this chart upside down, you'd say we're going up, right? Because you got all this pressure, this downward pressure, trying to force this down to close that gap. And to be honest with you, as a bull, like if you want a sure thing trade here, we're coming to the close on Friday. I was like, hell yeah, let's buy this rip here. And Chase said, look above you. And he's like, this is the place from the tee off down. So we were like, let's put some cheap puts here, right? 20-cent, 30-cent puts here. And they're actually paying today. It would have paid for the call side of this trade. So the trade's a flat trade at this point. But you know, if you have like that one moment where you're looking for the retracement for where we are right now, you have to either wait until you're above these sellers here, take this trade with confidence for the retracement, or you're waiting for the bloodbath down here. It doesn't mean you can't trade in here. It just means that, you know, this is like the danger zone. So I'm not saying this isn't good.
Putin says that Russia doesn't want to
or
absorb
not
anyone.
constructive. I'm saying, like you want to be a. So just look right here. Remember on Friday when we did this whole thing here? You can see it, right? Start squeezing above. As soon as you start, you want to have your finger on the buy button for a squeeze, you can. So if we start squeezing above here and you like slam the buy button, you want to see the bounce, right? And you're like long, and you see the roll here. We haven't seen that yet here, right? Kind of starting to see it, but kind of starting to see it. Not quite there. Maybe you could like have your finger on the buy button and watch the squeezing start, the explosive move start. You don't have to catch it all. You just catch 2 or 3 pumps off it or whatever. But there are more buyers stepping in. You can see some accumulation happening right now on the DOM, DOM, the DOM. It's tough to say here. We're already below it over here on Apple. Tesla pumping and ripping now. Beautiful movement on Tesla. Beautiful squeeze on Tesla. I'll set up a trade with you. I'm interested in it. I'm not anti taking this trade. If we start blasting off, what time is it right now? 1 o'clock. Fucking middle of the afternoon pump action. Stream settings. Just saying, I'm trying to ban some keywords, and I don't know how exactly to do that at the moment. I think you have to do it in the back of the back end. Tesla just pumping and cranking. So I was looking at this on Friday when they sold this off into the bell. Looks like a fucking bull trap, man.
Just seeing more dialogue between from Putin and Belarus's Lukashenko here as well. Putin says that our enemies want to stop Russia's integration with Belarus, while Belarusian leader Lukashenko says that we can't protect Belarus's independence alone.
Let me see what you guys are texting here. Give me just a quick second. All right. Winky, I have to do that. The words I have to do outside of stream, so I'll add those words today. It looks like it's gonna. It looks like it's gonna squeeze right now. I just don't want anything to do with it. Like I get it. I just don't want to. I don't want to talk. I'm not here to. I'm not here to trade that shit. Like I'm not. No offense either. Just. Uh, there's no way that you would ever find me. I'm not here to like burn your accounts. I'm not. I'll never be here to burn your accounts. I'm not gonna. I don't. I have zero interest in like. People make channels about this shit, and what happens is you lose all your money, and then I placate you. I pull out the titty, and you suckle on it, and you come back every day because you're upside down, and it's like this really like repetitive doom shit. And I don't want anything to do with it. Yeah, it's looking pretty trappy right here. I've seen too many people lose money with that shit. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want anything to do with the industry that's built around it, streaming around it, fucking tweeting about it. I don't want anything to do with that shit. Huh? Yeah, I don't charge nothing. I'm free. We don't charge no money around here. For nothing. This is all supported by the community. And my pocketbook, believe it or not. That's right, the FinTwit peeps. Yeah, we don't charge shit around here. Not only that, but you show me a free fucking service that offers all this shit for free. There isn't one, so I do charge for OnlyFans. I do nail biting videos. I don't know. I do videos of me washing my armpits. Yeah, they do. They restream too. There's a service that restreams my streams. I know they do. They're like out of India or something, and they restream my stuff. That's okay. There's bots that follow me. I can show them to you. Winky. Fucking Winky. Armpit videos. Fishing with panfish stands, like, hell yeah, I'm in. Yeah, it's not. We don't do any of that. There's a time when, if it gets too expensive, I might offer some kind of a service that's like for indicators or something, but not right now. Nothing's cost me anything that's too crazy right now. So if it gets out of control or something,
expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
I'm just not down with the I'm not down with I'm here to like help you guys make money. That's it. You won't get any DMs from me. You won't get anything crazy. You'll see the worst you'll see me is drunk on Facebook on Twitter at like 2 a.m. doing stupid shit. But you'll never see me like, I don't do any of that nefarious shit. I have a wife and kids. This is how I make my living. This is how I live. Make my living by trading the stock market like everybody else. Oh, gross. Okay, so that's what I'm buying.
Take $2.135 trillion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I'm gonna buy the Hibiki Suntory. I'll have it here, and we'll have a shot together. We'll have a shot together, brother, for sure. 100%. Yeah, we're gonna do a video though. So just so you guys know, if you are signed up, I do have a website. It's CaptainJimJames.com. If you go there and just sign up for it, I'm going to send you an invite like this week, and we're going to do a video on how to buy oversold conditions. If any of you out there, I'm going to tell you something. Any of you out there do not have a trade, that's 100% of the time. If any of you guys complicate your trades, this is really a message to people out there that are fucking running the wheel or flies or managing trades or any of that shit. I'm telling you, this is like the dumbest trade in the world. It's as stupid as it can be. It's as easy as it can be. Mentally, it's difficult, but it always works. I can show it. I'll show it to you, and we'll do a private live stream or a Zoom call or something. So this week we're doing it. And I'm going to send you an email. I'm just going to tell you, because we're getting close to it. We're getting close. And the coolest part about this is we're coming into it. So like right now is like the 1 to 3 weeks where you're going to see the class, you're going to get the class, and then you're going to get when I say to you, this is what you're looking for. And just have patience down here. It's like all about patience. And these trades, I go all in, not all in, but I go pretty fucking heavy on them. And this is where you make this trade, right? And this fucking trade pays for you to piss away your money on zero dates, on Tesla fucking calls, and all the other nonsense you want to chase. Pays your bills, pays your girlfriend, pays your boyfriend. Works every single fucking time. This shit works not every single time. With an asterisk. Works like 29 out of 30 times. Like clockwork. All I hear is bullshit from people who are like, yeah, but it's, this and that. You could make this trade and walk away from the stock market. If you don't get sucked into the soap opera and sucked into the social media and sucked into all the crack that they put on the table for you to smoke out there. And I'll show you how to time it and how to look for it and the indicators that you should be looking for on it. And you add 1, 2, 3 up. And I know every time I show this shit, right? People come through the stream and they're like, why don't you just buy zero dates or weeklies or monthlies? It just doesn't work every single time like that. They'll burn. Like your win rate goes down. So you need to have a bread and butter trade. Make it as simple as possible. It prints every single time. I don't know what to say to you. You just sign up to my website. It's CaptainJimJames.com. It says join the Navy or something. Join the crew. You guys will never get emails from me for nonsense. Like you won't ever get like the bazillion emails from me. If I send you something, it's something for you to read or consider, or it's an invitation to something that's free. And there's no scams, none of that shit. Never has been, never will be. Not a single instance of it. So I've had people try to bait me, like bait BAIT on DMs. I've had women try to bait me. I've had all kinds of stupid shit. I've never exposed any of these people. None of you. But I've had people like you get all kinds of different scams. I've never once like succumbed to it. None of that bullshit. I got a wife. My wife is smoking hot. She's like smoking, blonde, blue-eyed, great butt. You'll never see me driving a Lambo. Any of that nonsense. Oh, you want to send some calls? Oh, James is in the house. James is feeling it. Here we go. Everybody's wanting to know if we're gonna start ripping. Yeah, just offer the free scam. Show up every day and watch. Just show up every day. Oh, we're getting itchy. Hold on here. I don't know, man. I'm looking at puts right now. The put side. They're cheap again. Like puts are getting cheap again. I love masturbating. You feeling the calls, James? I feel the calls too. I get what you're saying, man. I'm watching. We're all watching. We're all here to buy the rip higher. All right, I'm in some calls with you, James. I got some calls with you, bro. I'm in some calls with you, handsome. Yeah, I'm long, Spy. I'm in some calls right now. I'll have to get back to that. I'm watching some SPY zero dates. I'm in the 382 Cs. Curling up and over the 20 EMA. Set some price targets above if we can get there. Try to get some VWAP action up here. Pivot above. There's a couple little small places. We got some constructiveness going on. 1, 2, 3. Careful of like a quick roll and then a bounce. So we'll see what goes on here. You're in 384s. What's your date on those 384s? Are they for today? Middle of the afternoon pump. Thanks, Gil. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, I see 383.69 and 382. I see 382 to start. And then 386.69 above. See if we can get an afternoon pump going. Yeah, Tesla's fucking ripping, man. Tesla's blasting right now. I can't switch over because I'm in calls. I want to see a fucking nice 100%er here, 200%er, 300%er. Keep on pumping, baby. Keep on pumping. You know how we do this, right? Keep on ripping. Keep on pumping. First price target 382.04. Hold on, I gotta put some stops in here. Thank you, Gil. I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for supporting the channel. I just got stopped out, I think. Hold on. Yep, I'm back out again. That was a quick liquidity grab here. Let's see what happens. Make sure you put stops on when you're trading this shit. I just got stopped out just a second ago. I'm still flat right now. Sometimes you get that quick 1-2 and then rolls for liquidity, and boom, we're off and running. Hold on a second here. Yeah, there's still a rotation going on. You can see it in the volume today. You can see it. We're talking about earlier today. We were saying 360,000 volume right now. It's insane. It's like 5 times the normal volume. Still part of the rotation trade. Yeah, bag holder, Bobby. Yeah, they were. Hold on a second here. Josh took a short in futures. Yeah, they got like on 381p, they've got 243,000 contracts. They're like 70 cents. It looks like sideways into the bell with that trade. They wind up usually last week they were grinding it down to like 30, 60 cents or so. That's what they were doing on Tesla on Friday. They were pinning Tesla down. They're doing it right now in SPY. Just careful here on Tesla. You see the break on this blue line, never a good sign. Probably get, not always, but you don't want to see this right here. It's a nice move on Tesla right there. Yeah, so this is okay, so this is I'll show you 2 things right real quick. So you can what you can do is, hold on. Okay, so what you can do is this, okay? I'll put two different indicators up for you. This is the Jedi Marcus, what I'm looking at right now. This is the Jedi Marcus 5-minute. You can use, there's a couple different indicators for you to use. So the Jedi Marcus 20-minute, they did a really neat paper on him, right? So if you start trading below the Jedi Marcus 20-day estimated moving average in the 5-minute chart, and you can see they've been teeing off it, right? Teed off it, teed off it, teed off, and they're looking to tee off it again right now. right? To get to lower lows. You can also see when we're above it. Here's an example of us being above it, right? Came down, you had 1, 2, and we just blasted off, right? Here's your confirmation in the trade, right? Makes sense? So that's an estimated moving average on a 5-minute chart. I'll try to cycle through on 15-minute charts, not with the EMA. I'll try to cycle through with a moving average, and on a 15-minute chart, you can actually see when we're above, right? When we break above here, you can see the move higher, right? On a 15-minute chart. And this one is the 100, the 200, the 120, and the 100. And so you're looking for that break above, right? You can see it right here, how they tighten up right here. You get that blast above. So when we're below on the 15-minute, right? This is negative Nancy, right? This is selling off this, right? Selling off this, right? But on this also works well on a 1 minute, so that's why I tend to use this on the 1 and the 15, because I can see where they're teeing off here as well, right? So they're on a 1 minute, they're teeing off these moving averages, right? And even on a 1 minute, if you want to see where it gets bullish, you can see, right? Come above the moving averages, retest, move higher. See that? So that's depending upon what you're looking at. Hopefully you guys stopped out with me above here. Did you guys stop out with me above when I said I stopped out here? I said I'm going to put some stops on. Does that make sense to you guys? What's bullish, what's bearish? And where you're looking to get bullish on different time frames. You should pause the video. And you can switch back and forth from these. So on a 1 minute chart, right? Sometimes I'll get rid of the moving averages. I'll throw up the EMA. Put it on the 5 minute. Right, start coming down here and seeing if we're back above again. And we're not. Trading below it, right? Get rid of the EMA, put the moving averages back up. We've broken below this previous low here. See this, right? Broken below this previous low, so what's below here? We know where it is. We know it's below. And that is the gap closed down at 375. Talk to you about when you see stuff like this, right? You break down below, right? This is when a bear takes over and they want to start moving. And when it says negative gamma here, this is like bad negative gamma. It's like when things start moving really fast and lower. So you can see the push down, the push down. If we were to flip this chart upside down, you would look at this and say, "Oh, it's very bullish." So they're starting to push this down below and try to force selling into the bell. I guess bulls would say that's a double bottom. Like, fuck you, Cap. Bulls are always bulls, right? Double bottom Cap are going up. But there's no confirmation of that yet, is there? None of your averages are saying that. So you'd let this work for you, then take the trade. I made 20% on them. I went from like 40 something cents to like 50. I think I triggered at like 50 or 52 cents. I made 20%. I'm happy. Well, let me check. Hold on. I'll tell you what I made. I made 9 cents on them. That's pretty good. You just don't seem to have what do you, Andreas? What platform are you on? What are you using for charting? Tesla, my girlfriend, the long signal. Yeah, so if you're there, he's a guy on FinTwit that uses a 20 EMA. It's just a simple. It's not an indicator. It's just a moving average. Or look up. Are you paying for data on TradingView or no? Yeah, you can just do a. It's right here. I'll do it on TradingView for you. I'm gonna do it on TradingView for you. What are you trading right now? SPX or SPY? ES? Okay, so time out here, Andreas. You can't use TradingView without paying for data. And even their data sucks. It only uses data from one exchange, I think. So how about this? Go sign up for Webull. And I wonder if I can do like teach you how to start charting on Webull, maybe. So, Andreas, I got to tell you something, okay? I'm going to stop what I'm doing here for you guys. Okay, so Andreas, listen to me closely, okay? If your TradingView, their data packages are still not that good, and they're expensive. So I don't care where you trade, but if you're going to have like a free chart that's fast and pays for all the data, this is as close as Webull is free. It's as good as Bookmap data. It's as good as I don't know. You name any service out there that you pay for a lot of money for data. It's as good or better than anything out there. It's very fast. So just go, like, you don't even have to sign up, I think. I think you just go to Webull and click the trade button and it'll bring you to their charts. Watch a YouTube video on how to set it up with a black background or something. Yeah. I'm not affiliated with them in any way. I use different charts for different things. TradingView I use for research stuff. And then I get fucking like 3 different accounts with different money in it. And then do other research on Thinkorswim. But if you're looking to watch a chart, you have to watch it in real time. You can't be watching charts with limited LIM ITED, limited data, and you can't be watching charts that are 15 minutes behind or even 2 minutes or 5 minutes behind. So just get Webull. Watch a video on how to set up Webull on a desktop or something. And then even if you're executing your trade somewhere else, you can at least watch a candlestick chart that's with like almost to the second. I don't know if they only offer the minute here, but I pay for data on other platforms, and I know Webull is as fast as they are. talking like a millisecond slower than other. Now they don't have by the second tick, 5-second ticks, all that kind of shit. But for the 1 minute tick, it's as fast as anything out there for free. The reason I say that is because you can then set up an EMA with me. When you do that, right? I wonder if I can do it right now with you. I can show you how to set up this chart to look like this if you wanted. So you could have like a similar experience. How about just go sign up for Webull real quick. And get back to me on chat here. Maybe I can like, I don't know if I'm even signed in here. I'm not even signed in this thing. This is just Webull, I'm not even logged in this thing. It's just, you can, I don't know if you can see it up here, but I'm not logged in. I don't know if you can see that I'm not logged in. This is like you try a service out and then you're like, oh, I really like this part of this thing. And the only thing I liked about Webull was their charts were, I call them fast charts, and they have fast charts for free. So I use it here for you guys during the day. Yeah, so you can set them up to, so like Webull right here, I'm setting them up on 1, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. I set them up on all of them. This is a 15-minute chart. This is a 5-minute chart. This is a 1-minute chart. I think it's free. It's starting to blast through right now. And I would never recommend looking at a chart on a phone, ever. You should be sitting down with like a laptop, I don't know, maybe an iPad that's connected to a display. And if you guys don't have displays out there, I'm going to tell you this: like, you can, you can buy a router. Like, it's like you plug it into whatever you're using, like if you have a laptop, let's say, or a desktop, or if you have a tablet that has a mini USB-C on it or something, you can buy something to have 2 or 3 displays at once. You should always have like 2 or 3 displays up. And if you're like, I can't afford a display, get your ass down to like a thrift shop or something. Grab like some flat screen TVs, grab some USB or some HDMI cables, and then they sell like splitters for it's called I think it's called an HDMI hub with a USB-C. You connect the USB-C. I do this when I travel. So I have travel display monitors. I just like fold them up and put them in a backpack. But I have a USB-C like distribution hub or some kind splitter. Maybe call it a HDMI splitter with a USB-C. And then I plug that into a laptop. And I can have 2 screeners. Get out of like a thrift store if you're poor. Buy like 2 shitty flat screen monitors and a keyboard or something and a mouse. You should be sitting at a desk or in your living room or your bed with a desk next to your bed. Yeah, old flat screens are dirt cheap. If any of you out there listen, I should say this. This is like kind of an important part of if you're a trader, okay? If you're an investor, trader, I don't care what you are. Let's start. I need to do this. I need to start these classes. Like, if you're a trader and investor, you have to have at least 3 screens, 2 screens, 3 screens. You have to. Minimum. And if you're like, I'm too poor for that, I'm going to tell you you're wrong. Well, not wrong, but number 1, if you have a desktop or a laptop, you're good to go. If you're like, I don't have any of those, then do you have a tablet? If you say I don't have any of those 3, I would say to you, get on eBay and spend $100 on a shitty desktop that they sell refurbished for like 100, 115 bucks, like the IBM little like server, but they're not server box or NAT. They try to sell them as NAS servers, but it's not a NAS server. It's just like cheap Windows 10, Windows 11 desktop. Get yourself a mouse and a keyboard. If you have a tablet, I'm assuming it has a USB-C on it. Get yourself a splitter. Those are like 10, 15 bucks. Get yourself some $5 HDMI cords. Go down to the thrift store. Grab some flat screens. They're like 10, 15 bucks. And you're set up and ready to rock and roll. And you should be always never, ever, ever. I don't care what anybody tells you. Don't ever trade with your fucking phone. I guess you could if you were holding something for like 3 months. Trade with your phone. But you shouldn't be day trading or trading weeklies or any of that shit by phone. If you're making a trade that's like you don't have to manage for a month or 2 or 3 months, that's fine. If you're just like buying stock to hold it for 5 years, that's fine. But none of you should be trading without investing 50 bucks, $25, $100, max like 200 in a setup that you can sit down at and trade. Take those words and don't fucking trade any more money if you don't have that set up. Telling you, please, it'll change your world. That's like step 1. And then step 2, I need to make these videos because, step 2 will go through how to set up your charts and you execute trades on one monitor, you're looking at a chart on another monitor, and then you're following the news, social media, whatever on another monitor. And I don't care what you're trading, you typically have to have up SPY or some form of it, SPX, ES, NASDAQ, on like a watch list or a recently list. Some sectors, there's a XLY, if you like tech, XLF, if the market's going up or going down. For like trading during the day, Dixie, HYG, JNK, TLT to an extent, but not really. Dixie, VIX, all that stuff. And you just cycle through that shit all day long. Trying to find out if this is a bottom, this is not a bottom. So TradingView's data is great. TradingView's data is great. It's delayed. So TradingView data you can't trade with. You can only use, in my view, TradingView data is only good for research purposes. That's why I tell you guys all the time, like, I don't fucking trade. I would never trade on TradingView either. It's one of the worst. If they have one negative about TradingView, it is that their fucking data sucks. Like, you'll get the data eventually, but you're not going to get it even in real time. You're only going to get it from one or two, or excuse me, it's just one exchange. They don't send you all the foreign exchanges. They don't send you all the three major exchanges in the U.S. And if they tell you they do, they're fucking lying. I know they're lying. BD, baby. What's up, brother? Christmas whiskey fund. I guess we are going to get shit-faced during the holidays, aren't we? I'm looking for that hammer too, brother. Did we get a hammer candle? It's forming. You're right. I'm looking at it. Not quite. It looks like it, but it ain't there yet. Good eyes. Whoever said a hammer candle was forming. Exactly. Nick S is saying it. Need best latency. I'm telling you, the best. I've paid like $600 to $1,000 for data a month And I'm telling you, the best free data out there. I've had charts sitting up side by side. The best free data up there, hands down, Webull. Got to give it to him. Webull sucks for some shit. They're like horrible, like indicators and scripts and all that kind of shit. They can't do any of that stuff. But like the speed of their bars, you can put it up against anything. I've tried everything. Dude, you guys don't understand. I've paid for every flow service out there. I've paid for gamma services. I've paid for dude, if you've used it, I've had it. I've had everything. Been doing this shit too long. Like somebody comes out with a new service, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sign up for that one and try that shit out. See if that thing gives me an edge. I try them all of it. I've tried it all. Jesus, Gary, you're still holding SDAO, brother? There was a huge buy at the bell yesterday in SDAO, or Friday in SDAO. I saw that. We can take a look at SDAO. I don't want to buy SDAO until we get a retracement. What I would say to you, Gary, is if you're going to stay in that trade, try to close it somewhere down here, bro. Somewhere in this vicinity. You're like if you're swinging the SDAO. If you're swinging the SDAO, right? Like horseshoes and hand grenades. We are at some point looking for some kind of retracement. And I don't know what that is, but somewhere in here. You know, if you're like it doesn't hurt here and it doesn't hurt here, it's probably like right here. We're getting into that area. What I'm trying to do is so if you take the SDAO trade, right? I don't need to capture this and I don't need to capture that. I just need this right here. That makes sense? So if it slingshots back up, I'm not getting fucked. I really want to get back in SDAO like right here. That's where I want to take the next SDAO trade. Or like right here. Matter of fact, I'd probably enter it again like 389. Somewhere in there I want to jump on that. And I'm thinking about pushing it out to April. Only because of the theta. I don't want to deal with the theta burn. Oh no, Mr. Unrealized Profits. Okay, so I will. When are we getting drunk? Bloodbathing it now on the SPY. 379.97. We have now officially broken below the previous low from Friday. And now what are we looking for? We're looking for blood. What kind of blood are we looking for? Bright red blood. Who's ready for a bloodbath? So somewhere in here, like somewhere, I can't tell you when to close your SDAO short or your SDAO triple leverage calls. But if you want to diamond hand it down here, you go ahead and diamond hand it down here. I understand. I'm a bull, so I'll diamond hand shit right to the last dollar. So I get it. Yeah, you got to close that gap. I would love to buy down here. But down here, I'd feel really good about it. I'd feel confident. I'd feel like what are they? I don't even know what that is like. You guys use all these terms out there now for like chads now, like based or not based. I don't know what that shit means. I see you guys all talk about it. I'm like, I have no fucking clue. I have to go read up on it again. Oh yeah, this is the safe side down here. The closer we get, the safer it gets. Like this is all safer down here. Once we close that gap, we know there's demand there. I know for a fact there's demand down here. Or I should say, I'm expecting. I have like a 70% conviction that there's some big ass demand down here just waiting. Yeah, if you have money. Now, if you have money, I don't know if I can show them to you. I'll take a picture for you. If you have money, I've got some. They sell these really kick-ass. I've got 3. Let me see if I can pull one out. I have one not hooked up right now. Oh yeah, dude, it's right behind me, man. So I got these things right here. Look at how thin this thing is. Look how small. It's beautiful. And they have these like magnetic cases that encapsulate them, and you just put them in your backpack. I can pop like 3 of these in my backpack with a laptop, or I only do 2 now. I didn't realize you couldn't do 4 monitors on Windows, which sucks. And now I actually have 2 laptops, so I can hook up 5 if I want. Well, 3 and 2. I know 2 and 1 on 2 laptops, so 5 total. The curved ones are super cool. I've got one big screen. You can see it right here. Kind of see a big screen over there. Then I got 1, 2, 3 over here. And my other laptop, I fucking broke the power supply on it. I got to bring it down to the guy and have him fix it for me. It's like a $2,000 laptop. I fucked it up. No, you can't.
Just noting US stocks extending their falls now. S&P 500 down by around 1%.
I don't know. And my desktop is badass, and it only says Windows only says it does 3. Bright red blood. Big old pool of it over here. Come on down and just bleed it off. Come on down and just bleed it off. 379.32 right now currently. Market's just stair-stepping lower. I want you to keep your eyes, though, right here. I want you to look at the book map, okay? Might be a little bit of a stoppage here. Just be careful of... We're coming into a little bit of support down here somewhere. A little bit right here. A little stoppage down here. Now I'm going to take some off, and you can re-enter again for the next leg down. Right in here somewhere. Coming into it right now. If you want a place to reshort, and you can see it right there, right? Bright red blood. It's the one that I use is called Lepow, Lepow. They're expensive though. I like them. The USBs that came with them, the USB HDMIs, kind of sucked. I had to go get new ones, expensive ones, which kind of pissed me off. But they're high def. They're good. They're good for traveling. So you go skiing or something, you go hiking and biking, you go to the hotel or something and be able to trade, or you're at your mother-in-law's house or you're, wherever, and you can set up and keep doing your thing. It's LEPOW. I think you can find them on and I think I got them on Amazon, but there are others on Amazon that I think come up above that one now. I think there's some better ones out there. But I haven't any problem. The only problem I've ever had with them is I had to get new mini HDMI to. There was some other issue. So some of them. Oh, and this is another thing. Some of these portable monitors don't work with Apple. Some of them do. You want to make sure that it's compatible before you buy it. And if you go to Amazon and look these things up, they some new ones have been coming out that are nicer. I bought these, I think, two years ago. No problems. Yeah, I heard we're getting snow, right? I heard we're getting cold and snow. HP Elites. Yeah, I heard about those too. That's actually a good price. $140 is a. Let me look up what they cost. I don't know what mine cost anymore. Let me look them up. Yeah, the ones that I got are $150 now. That's cheap. They've gone down. They used to be $250 when I bought them. But they're a couple of years old now, right? They probably have better monitors for the price. Like every year it changes shit. And they have portable monitors now that are $99. Looks like on Amazon at least. I just like it because they're portable. Yeah, I'll show you. I'm going to show you right now. I'll show you guys right now. I'm going to show you the. You're saying you want to see the indicators on Webull? Yeah, your long futures here. Yeah, it's a big spike. This might be it right here. This might be the deepest we go. You can see the, I want you to see the volume bars here. One right here. Some pretty big volume bars here. One right here. One right here. These are signatures. These look like signatures too. So we might get a squeeze here. Hold on here. So do you want to see the indicators that I'm using on Webull? Is that what you're asking, Naveed? Oh, you did, Nito? You were plowing, brother? Oh, yeah. Okay, so let's go through this stuff. Okay, so let me see. So on the left-hand side, let me mute my thing. Okay, so let me see if I got this right. Stocks, markets, screener, trade, count, paper trading. I'll say bottom left-hand side. You can't see it here, but in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you're gonna see a cog wheel. Okay. You click on that cog wheel, and it's gonna bring you up to the screen right here. You press theme color. Click that, right? It's the first thing that you do. Then you go back up to, or you click the close X box up here. So theme color, cogwheel's down here. It's hidden on my screen. Then you click the dark theme, close this out. right? First thing that you do. Just a heads up, we're getting some big volume here. This might be it right now. So then you go to settings, and up here in this cogwheel right here, you want to click on all of these here. Show extended hours, show high-low price, overlap, K-line gap, unclick position cost distribution, unclick show corporate actions, unclick earnings, show dividends and splits, advanced chart fixed, show open orders, show cost basis line, axis, click the first three, unclick the bottom one, linear, click done, and then is it on drawings? Your delete drawings per page is delete all up here. Magnet mode is highlighted. And then let me see if there's a right click or something. No. Oh, and so gaps on the, if you right click on the screen, you can show gaps. Show the first gap, show the second gap. You can show 3 gaps if you want. So if there's any gaps, that'll show up in gray. And the only thing that sucks about this program, I think you used to be able to get rid of the grids on this, the little gray grids, but I don't think you can anymore. I think there was a time when you could. Does that help? You got it? And then what you do is, or what I do is, I cycle through. So I go 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, right? So these are the charts I'm trying to look at. 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, right? And then on indicators, I usually use, I use VWAP. You guys want to see when I use VWAP in a MACD? I'll show you an RSI. I can show you that right now if you want. So I have another screener somewhere. Not somewhere. It's over here on the right. I should show you guys everything someday. So I have another screener open, and it'll show me. So here. So the first one is the MA and the VWAP is up, right? The VWAP's just a static thing. This is what sucks about Webull. It only offers you a color choice. You can't change the VWAP on Webull, which sucks. I agree with that. It sucks. Moving averages. Just right now, I have highlighted the 100, the 120, and the 200. You can change the line style, the size, and this style over here. This is like, I don't know what that is, but my inputs, you can change your inputs here and then highlight, and you can click through. You can use this one, then don't use this one. Pick your colors that you like. Now, when I don't want to use the moving average, I'll come over to I'll click it over here on the left, and then I'll come to my indicators, and I'll go to the estimated moving average. And so, boom, I've got this set just to show the 20, right? It shows all these numbers here, but on the style, I only have highlighted the EMA 20. So I know when I'm using this one that I'm only using it on the 5-minute chart. See? Actually, we're getting a nice green bar down there. That's 1.25 million. So in the 5-minute right now, we're getting a hammer candle. This is called a tweezer, I think. Tweezer reversal candle. You might want to go long here. I should go long here, but I'm not. I wish I hit. Okay, so now you have some simple moving averages. You have very fast charts. Not every once in a while. So I've got a screener over here that I'll cycle through, right? And I have it on the SPY. And what I will do is, let's say I'm using, this is the 5-minute chart, okay? Here. We get rid of the EMA. I'll just use the MACD, right? Here's MACD. I'll use the moving averages over here, right? And if I'm on a 1-minute chart, right? On another screener. People say the MACD doesn't work. They're fucking lying. MACD does work for small time frame trades. Now, the one key on this is that you never, ever, ever, ever want to rely upon the MACD. It's one of the worst indicators, and it can be, though, like a third test. It's like if you're already checking the sectors, you're already doing this, you're already doing that, you're checking the VIX, checking fucking Dixie when it's working, checking all these other subsector. I'm like, well, what's NDX doing, all that kind of stuff. I will sometimes look on a 15-minute chart and say, well, how deep can it go, right? Does it look like we're going to start turning here? I'll keep a MACD on. I'll keep an RSI on a separate screener somewhere. I don't recommend it. I don't ever show it to you guys because it's a horrible, fucking horrible indicator. Here's RSI, right? But if you start getting down here, right, you're like, is this going to come up? And see, this didn't work, did it? There's accumulation here, but it really didn't work, right? So RSI, another bad one. I can't stand RSI. But I'll be honest with you, I keep one up open on the other side, right? But I'd never want to recommend it because it's a horrible fucking, here's super trend. Hold on a second. I don't know if that's, wait a minute, did I get that wrong? Yeah, no super trend. Yeah, I don't think that super trend works. I never use that one. But I like MACD right down here. It's so bad. It doesn't work well. So I can't recommend this one. But like on a day trade, you can see it down here, right? There's a rip, right? See it right here, right? Small rip, right? See it right here, small rip, right? So like on a 1 minute chart, you want to leave that on the background somewhere else, and you're like, we're kind of down there right now. But it's a horrible indicator. I can't recommend it ever. It's terrible. It's like a 4th tier, 5th tier day trading tool. I never ever show it on live stream for that reason. You can get smoked. It has to, if you can promise yourself that you're not going to use it as your fuck yeah, I'm going long here. I would really prefer you to be looking at levels and previous highs, previous lows, looking at Bookmap, using moving averages, using retracement levels, any of that kind of stuff. Over ever using that indicator. That should be like your last we're going up kind of a thing. Yeah, I don't want to show you guys. I hate showing that indicator because it is probably the most, it's how you get torched. It's straight up how you get torched is the RSI on the 1 minute. But I do leave it on. I leave it on another. I've got a tab with it open somewhere, or like not somewhere. I leave another tab open with gamma levels too, on SPX. So I've got SPX with gamma levels on it every day. I look at it, and once we get into bad gamma, like negative gamma, not just pivot, but like below so this here. Remember earlier today when I said to you, when we hit below this S1, what did I say this morning to you? I said, we're going the fuck down, right? And that's what's happened, right? We've gone down into this afternoon. Does that make sense to you all out there? Anytime, Naveed. Here, let me post it. Let me do the our indicator. What's it called? Oh, is it pivot point? I see it right there. Is this the one that you're talking about right here? Let me draw it in and see what it says. So this is the yellow line. This is what they're saying the levels are here. So these are the levels from Weeble. There's S1, there's R1's my R1. S1 is not, S2 is not, and S3 is not. There's R2 and R3. So the comparison. I don't know if you can adjust this though, can you? Length 15. Let's see if we can. I've never used this. Doesn't seem like it's making much of a difference. I don't. I've never used it. I just changed the link that didn't do anything. Let me check. What does work pretty good is the Fibonacci retracement works pretty good. It's pretty close, fast, quick. The trend channel I've never used. I don't think I have. I think I've gone through all of these at least once. I think I have. I think I've gone through all of these at least once. You can do this on your own. Dude, I'm telling you, if you're out there and you're paying for light speed or anything like that, I guarantee if you put this chart up next to it, it's just as fucking good. And it's free. I do all research on Thinkorswim and TradingView. They have some kick-ass tools on both of those platforms. You should be signing up for all this shit. And then you execute your trade. Well, I execute my trades on Tasty, but you guys, wherever you choose to, if you're buying like GME stock, you should be doing that on a prime bank brokerage. And if you're trading options, you do wherever you feel most comfortable. Hey, buddy. Happy holidays if you're just joining us right now. I'm flat. I'm just sitting here. I want to buy this down below here if I can. If you guys can if the bears can get me this, I'll be a very happy man. I did place some quick calls up here. Got stopped out. Made like 9 cents up here. I'll show you guys Bookmap real quick. And the only reason why I use Weeble is because it's like every platform that you use or every brokerage that you try out, you're like, oh, I really like this thing about this brokerage. You're like, oh, I really like this thing about Bookmap. Well, because you can place trades through Bookmap too. So there's like all these things that you like, but then there's other shit that you're like, I don't fucking need all that other stuff. And there's no real perfect charting and no perfect software. I don't think that there is. Cowboy up saying next buy level to watch is 787. Saying it's right down here. Some good volume in here though. You can't deny that there wasn't volume down here. You can see it. Some big volume down here. I wouldn't this is almost that capitulation. Almost that capitulation. And, Bear's looking at this from this perspective right here. Trying to tee off. Get aggressive down here. Oh, look at that. Look at how that just matches up. Isn't that wild? Isn't that neat? Shocker. Shocker. Somehow that line is almost perfect into the bell. I don't think we get there, but it's interesting how it's almost symmetrical. Good morning, Jasmine. How are you? Happy holidays. Yeah, big BGL is the 20 EMA on the 5-minute chart. You guys want to see that one now? I'll put it back on that one. That's the all credit goes to our man Jedi Marcus on that indicator. And he calls it the big green line. I think that's what he uses, a green line. Oh yeah, baby. Big green line, 20 exponential moving average. If you don't follow him, follow him. He's on Twitter. Jedi Marcus 77. 20. I'm 100% sure on that. 20. Two zero. It could be the 21, but I remember being the 20. 20. Actually, this is the 5-minute on it. Look at that. It's just monster. That's the 5-minute. This is it on the 1-minute. Just teeing off. If you want to move your screen around, there's a little auto button. On the bottom right-hand side, you'll see an auto button that says auto y-axis. When you highlight it, when you scroll over, it's a little button down the bottom right-hand side that says auto. If you scroll over, it says auto y-axis. You click it, and you can move your screen wherever you want. If you put your cursor over here, you can make your screen look really nasty and vicious. If you want to like drill down in the minute chart, I shouldn't be. I think it's 20, dude. I'm almost positive it's 20. Go look at the paper and tell me, because I want to know if I'm wrong on that. I think it's 20. I'm almost positive it's 20. Let me go look right now. I think I have the white paper somewhere. Let me see if I have it here. I'll double check and see if it's the 20. I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong. Let me look. Didn't I post it on oh, here we go. I got it. Let me look and see. 21 period. I'm wrong. I am dead fucking wrong. 21 period. So I've got mine set to 20. So let me set mine to 21. Hold on here. Yeah, I've got mine set to 21. So or 20. So now it's 21. So I was wrong. I was big time wrong. You want to see the difference in that? Is there? There's a little bit of a difference there. Well, that's on a 1 minute chart, though. Let's go look at it on a. I was wrong. I have to apologize. I've been telling people it's the 20. Now he'll know it. Now he'll know it was me. Hold on a second. He'll be like, 20? It's 21. Who's telling you that? Well, let's see what the difference is. That's the 21. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. That's actually pretty sweet right there. Looks like on the downslope, the 35 is kind of cool. 42, 45. I guess if you were bearish, you'd want to jump back and forth. I wonder if I should do like a 45 and then a. See, now you get me thinking that I'll do like another one. I'll look at this after normal hours. 'Cause maybe I'll have one for the. Maybe I'll do one that's slightly higher. Like that. Like 41 on the 1 minute. And that's a 5 minute chart. Hold on. Now you get me all. Now you get me wanting. Now you got me wanting to mess with EMAs. So hold on here. I'll drop that one down right there. That's the 25 EMA on the 1 minute chart. And then let me go look at the other side of this. Hold on here. When we're going up. Well, that's a nice touch on the going up too right there. On the 1 minute. It's a beautiful fucking touch down there. Let me see. Hold on. Let me just see something here. So now you got me all like, you this one right here. Green. We do another thick ass line in there. Nope. Damn it. And then what is that? 10? That's a cool one right there. That's a cool chart. See that if you get the green crosses above the blue? See it over here? Once that green comes above the blue, you're blasting off. See that green cross? It's kind of a cool indicator. I like that one. So if you're below the blue line, it's bad.
NYMEX gasoline January futures
That's
settled
pretty
at
cool.
$2.17 a gallon. Diesel futures at $3.05 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude January futures settled at $75.19 a barrel,
Sorry,
which is up
Governor.
90 cents or 1.21%. And NYMEX natural gas January futures settling at $5.85.
So if this green, so if this stays blue, or so if this comes over, starts going like that, that's what that would be. So green below, right, and green above is going up. Green below is going down. But that's just basically following the fucking candlestick chart anyways, so I don't know. It's basically just the fucking candles. That's some video game shit right there, isn't it? So I'm going to get rid of that one. I like the 25. So I switched to, mine's now in 25. So hold on here. So this is the 1 EMA. I changed it down to a 1. I wish you could go negative. That'd be badass if you go negative. You can't. I'm going to take the 1 EMA off and just, if you get over this big blue line, well, I can see why he puts it lower. I can see why he's got it at 21. I can see his logic behind it because he's given that chance for it to come under. I can see why it's at the 21. That makes sense. I guess fucking around with it kind of gives you better perspective, right? Now I'm over here. I got Jedi Marcus in my head, man. It's got me looking at all my indicators and going, what should I be doing on this different time frame? I've got it posted in Captain's Alpha. I've got the white paper on it. So if you don't know what we're talking about, there's a. It wasn't done by like scientists or anything. It was just some guy that wrote it to make it, or wrote some math and said, this is how many times it worked and this is how many times it didn't. He also said. So let me show you what he said, which is pretty cool. Ready? I'm going to show you guys what he said in the paper. I'm going to give you a basic understanding if you don't know what he was saying. So let's say you're running, he's saying to run it on the 5-minute chart. So I'll show an example where it failed. So right here. So this is an example where it failed. So he's saying if you go above the big green line, he would take this long right here. Now let's say you were long right here and it failed, and it started to sell off. He was saying you would then I think he was saying you would stay long, and then take this trade down below here. And so you're making your money on the opposite side of the trade, and then once you come above here, you try to exit the long that you got stuck in up here. So what would mean would be you were long here, the trade didn't continue, right? This trade down, though, makes you money, and this one here is kind of a wash. So no matter what, you're kind of left with some of your trade, if that makes sense. So it's like a two-part trade. So the times when you go below the line, I forget what the win rate is on it, but it's pretty high. And then, though, if the trade goes against you, you would take the opposite side of the trade, stay long, and then get out of it over here. But I think this is on futures. I don't think he's doing this on cash market. If that makes sense. I don't think you can do this in options, but I think you can do this in contracts. And it's a two-sided trade. And he runs it on the 5-minute. So if you were running this in the 5-minute, you wouldn't take this. You wouldn't pick this up until you traded above that line, right? So you'd be looking for some kind of move higher. And that's when you would pick the long side of the trade up. Otherwise, you're still in the short side of the trade. And I wouldn't use that. Like you'd have to mute, or you'd have to, if you're going to do this with like options. And let's say you wanted to take this part of the trade, you'd have to have stops, right? so that if it reverses, you don't get burned in the trade. So as soon as you get over the big blue line or whatever, big green line, you'd enter a long option, and you'd have an immediate stop there, and try to trade that up. And the same thing would go for a put side as well, right? So if you entered a put, if you see us rejecting here, you'd put stops right here in case the trade had reversed on you. So you have to modify it for whatever you're doing. And that would probably work right here too, right? Put your stops in right here. Make sure that you're keeping your money. Yeah, I think the idea. So if you do it with contracts on futures and Globex, you'd be on both sides of the trade. If you're gonna do it on options, if you're gonna take the trade over the line going up or down, that's when you would put your stop on. Is immediately when you take that trade. I don't know if he mostly focuses on SPX. I'm unsure. No, I just need more coffee. I'm yawning because I've only been drinking water. I stopped drinking coffee this morning. I should have more coffee. It's the hall. You know, I was thinking about that. You know, Tony. I was walking down a flight of stairs last night, and I was like, you know what? Every holiday, I think it's gonna be vacation, and then I realized that, like, your wife needs stuff, your children need stuff, your friends need stuff, your family needs stuff, and then people stop by, and then it just, you know, like you never get rest or relaxation. It's the big green line. I posted it on @Captain's Alpha a couple days ago, last week sometime. And you can always go there and read the paper. There's a link to it. Here, you want me to link to it right now for you? Hold on, I'll link to it right now for you. I will post it in the give me a second here, I'll post it for you guys. It is, give me a second here. There's a link to it right there, so you can read through it. It would need to be modified, I think, for trading options. If you were longing the underlying, you'd have to be able to short the underlying at the same time. Or if you were doing contracts on ES. Trading with manual stops cost. Yeah, I would never. I don't trade. I know. I've heard. I just read something where people said you lose money on on limit stops. That's fucking wrong. That is absolutely wrong. I disagree with that. If you know the direction you're going, stops are fucking awesome. I don't know why people say don't trade with stops. Stops are like, unless your finger's on the trigger, and even then, like the mental part of it, you just put a manual stop and you just raise your rate. Like, let's say you enter something at 50 cents and it goes up. I try not to, I shouldn't say I put a stop immediately, but I try to, if let's say I enter a position in the right direction, and let's say it's like starts at 50 cents and goes to 60, and then it comes back down. Initially I'll take, if I enter a trade, it's like 50 cents, let's say, right? I'm taking risk on, so I'm going to at least let it go down to 10 or 20% of the trade. Some people don't. But let's say it's 50 cents and you put a stop on it immediately at 48 cents, right? Or 45 cents. And it goes up to from 50 to 60 cents. You'll see it fluctuate back down. You'll see it like 60 to 55 to 52 to 50. Back up to 52. Sometimes I go like 49 cents. I actually never do fives and zeros. I always do like a penny below my stop, right? Because of the bid ask, especially on SPY, there's like a bid ask. You like hit round numbers oftentimes. Now, but if we go up from like 50 cents to 63 cents and I start bouncing around the 60s, I'll go from the 50s right to 60 and let it bounce around in the 60s to the 70s. Once it's in the 70s bouncing around, I'll move it up to the 70s. Sometimes I get stopped out. Sometimes I make 10%. Sometimes I make 20%. Sometimes though I make 100, 200, 300. If I'm getting a million little cuts in a day, I just stop taking trades and wait for it to work itself out. That would mean that I'm over trading when I shouldn't be, right? Market breadth's almost there. You guys are getting an email this week. We're going to do a private class on it because we're getting close. And I want you guys to see what you're looking for a true bottom. Squeezing higher now. I want you guys to see what a true bottom looks like. I want you guys to, you know, the best part of when I do these trades, I want you guys are here right now. I guarantee you the day that I take that trade, the entire stream is going to say, I don't think so, Cap. I think this is when we crash. I guarantee it. The day they take that trade, that's what people are going to say. It's going to be a bloodbath the day that I take it. Every time it's a bloodbath. Squeezing higher now. This should be your stop loss, right? If you're a bear, there's your stop loss right there. This should have triggered you, right? If you were a bear and short here. So you should have no reason to be losing money. Yeah, you'll see it. We'll be in stream and hands down, people will be saying, don't take that fucking trade. And I'll be like, I'm fucking taking it. It's usually when we're most fearful. It's usually when things are really ugly. It's usually like really big bloodbaths. Like 2-3 levels in a day, 2-3 levels in a day, 2-3 levels in a day. And it's usually the end of a down cycle. And again, like someone said earlier, you'll see Dan Niles come out and say, we had to buy the market. We had no choice. So bears need to get back underneath this yellow line, right? If you're a bear, you want to be snapping these. Snap another one right here. I'm going to get back under here and own this shit. It should be illegal for SPY to be down for two days in a row. Shit's been down for a while now, right? It's been more than 2 days. It's hilarious, though, nonetheless. See what we're like right here. Sorry for the yawning. I need more coffee. I wish my kids would do that for me. And bring me coffee during the day.
Brent crude futures settle at $79.80 a barrel. That's up 76 cents or spot 96%.
Right about there. No, not so much, Guru. It's a little bit of a liquidity grab here, brother. Still watching it, Guru. Still down is still the way of the day so far. We're in negative gamma, Guru. It's pretty ugly. Big squeezes, selling. I do warn you, though, if you are a bear, you see this S3 down here. I want to show you real quick what that is, okay? So if you are bearish here, give me a second. I just want you to be aware of... Oh, hold on. So just as we head down here into 375, it can go a little bit deeper, like 373.50 or so. But I want to show you at least what this is down here. Be conscious, a little box down here, and I'm going to show you why. Probably already know, but maybe there's someone out there that doesn't. So just down in here, I'm going to see where this demand is or was. Why is that not showing? Okay. Getting kind of wonky here. Okay. So just so you can see, this is the low that needs to be tested by bears down here. It's 348 or so. 348.12. 348.12, 348.20. So if you're a bear, you want to be looking at there was, push right here, right? There's push right here, right? Or demand. It's demand right here, right? Some demand right here. And demand right here. And some demand right here. So you know that the bull's last stand is right here. And you kind of know that we're coming into some kind of demand down here.
The US State Department says the toll of the virus in China is of concern to the world given the size of its economy.
So you're going to be looking for, as we stretch down here. So this is the gap close, right? This is S3 down here. You're going to expect something down there that's, be wary of. And then down here, you're going to be wary of this gap. I mean, this is getting closed. But as you start stretching this stuff, the whiplash is violent at some point. So just be conscious of it as you come down here. There's there's another one down here. These are usually areas of you'll get kicked in the teeth or something.
White House Press Secretary Jean Pierre says Biden is to sign the defense policy bill later this week.
So if you're wondering where that is, right? That's right down in here. That's right down where this little green box is that I'm showing you. We're coming down in there right now, so you got to be careful of that trade. And that's right here. So we're getting close. There's the gap close right down here. I'm going to assume that I'm getting itchy to buy some calls. I'm not going to lie to you. Like 386s for December 23rd are only 97 cents. 386s for December 23rd, right here for December 23rd are 97 cents. It's pretty fucking cheap. So I'm looking at Christmas calls over here. Yeah, we're not. I mean, it's getting close. It's getting like you don't know if there's a hidden order in here that's not showing itself. It's close. Just looking back in time, this is what you're looking for a bottom down here, or some kind of a retracement trade coming up. It's really close. Only a retracement. Let me take a look at the. Let me see if the old men have sold out of XLU yet. XLU I think was the biggest one that they're still fucking sitting in, which pisses me off to no end.
The U.S. State Department referring to earlier comments from Putin and Lukashenko, Belarus as well.
Yeah,
It
so
says that Putin's statement on Belarus has to be treated as the height of irony, as he is seeking to absorb Ukraine.
We're still not there yet. We still see. This is the thing when you're like, we're close, but we're not close enough. Like, they're still in utilities. Still sitting in utilities, still kind of, it needs to be down here a little bit more. Still not quite there. Oh, it's the weekly. Hold on, I'm on the wrong one. Give me a second. Maybe we are down there. Yeah, we're still not down there. Yeah. We're down to 36.7. You need utilities. You need utilities to have a fucking bloodbath. And they haven't bloodbathed yet. Let's go look at XLU. These little shits in that, these are all like portfolio managers. Can never trust a portfolio manager. See down here? Oh yeah, this is where it is down here. You need this. I'm so bad. You need this bloodbath down here. And these god dang portfolio managers won't give it up. It's like sell, 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 please, so I can buy a dip. Sell this right here. We looked at XLU last week, right? You guys remember? We looked at XLU. I just want that bloodbath right there. I want that gap closed. That's what I want. You see that happen, we'll find a local bottom. So those 380s were 20 cents yesterday. They're now $1.46. Or on Friday, they were on Friday 380 P's for today are up 5, 6, 700% today. So if you had taken that trade on Friday. It does, but XLU is typically the last one. It'll move along with XLV. The real bleed is XLU. XLU is typically the last sector to bleed out. Usually the last sector is XLU. Almost there. So 380p from Friday was 20 cents, like the Monday expiry. 20 cents, I think, on Friday. They're now $1.40 something. No, I'm wrong. They're $1.70. It's like a 700% trade if you took the straddle. Yeah, XLU is usually the last one. Not always, but usually the last one. If you're looking for XLF to roll over for the market to roll, you're looking for XLU to sell off for the bottom. I'm starting to line up some calls just in case we get a reversal. No, I'm hoping we get a bloodbath into the bell or a volume spike of some kind. I've got calls set up in case I want to hammer the the buy unless I want to hammer the buy button. If I see a spike at some point, I want to be ready to go. Seconds count, man. Seconds can be like 30% in a trade. So ooh, I want to buy that so bad. Ooh. Ooh. I want to buy that so bad. It's like Mexican standoff, right? We all got our guns out. It's like, are we going down one more level, or are we gonna start ripping? Yeah, it's getting thick, man. And they're selling into strength too. You can see it, right? It's 450. Like 485,000. Like you just don't see that kind of volume. Volume is stupid right now. It's all just about matter of waiting. Wait all day long. Just waiting for a reversal now. It's too risky down here. It's too risky as a bear. I wouldn't take the trade. You can. I wouldn't. I can't. I don't normally trade the top or the bottom. I usually trade the middle. So, like the middle's good. This is stretched. I promise you. This. I don't care what I don't care what measure you're using. But see that right there? That's a stretch right there. 414. 378. That's a stretch. That's 300 points right there. That's moving. So it's getting there. I don't care what fucking SpotCam is saying. I know that there's a bottom here. I know there is. I don't give a flying fuck if it's fucking the COVID crash. If you're thinking about being bearish here, you need to start inverse in every trade you do. That doesn't mean we don't go down here. I'm just saying, if you're bearish here, you need probably inverse every trade you take. Hey, Gary. Hope you're doing well, man. We're close. Andrew Tate in the Bahamas. Dude, I've got this trip lined up to go to Sundance for the film festival. And I'm like, man, I just want to fucking go to the Bahamas. And I got a buddy who's a captain down in the American Virgin Islands. I'm like, man, I bet you just go down there by myself, leave the wife and the kids. Just go down there for a week. It'd be awesome. Go do some sailing, some snorkeling. Yeah, you're not bullish? Yeah. So if you have like a yeah, I'm bearish. So, but like being bearish here is kind of like miss the point, right? Or not miss the point, but this really isn't the place to be bearish. It's kind of the place to be looking for some kind of a retracement. Or not to get caught. Though I would like to see this close today. So if we can get down there, I'd be happy. Yeah, it gets risky. It's usually fast, right? Like you'll come down here and you'll be like, okay, it's cool, and it's whoosh. You're like, shh, god damn, all that happened. Yeah, it's risky. We want Brett Red Blood. Careful in here. That's where it gets squeezy here. Gets dangerous around these parts right now. If I can catch a hair on fire and shit, go run down the street. You're like, what? Yeah, you had kitchen deconstruction day. I'm not seeing anything on the. They're just grinding options right now. I'm not seeing any calls like blasting up right now. It's like a tease. We're building a new kitchen right now in this new house we just bought. Or I've got the wiring done. I got the wiring done. Most of the. I think I got all of it. I think I'll get all of it done. I got tripped up with. I removed the window. The kitchen's not big enough to have a window, or not just not big enough. Where I want the sinks at and all that shit. Oh man, that's looking like that's teasing me. Oh, that's so teasing me. Like my brain, I'm like, all they're gonna do is reverse this on me because they did it on Friday. Now they're gonna sell me down right into the bell. It's a risky trade right here. We're above the BGL now. I'm flat right now. I mean, it looks juicy. I'm just like, are they gonna do this again like they did on Friday, where they run us up and we can make some money? But you know, like they do that once, twice, and they fucking fool you, and they just catch you right in here and roll you down. Man, I want this trade so bad. I'm looking right at the 379s, right in the money trade. It's like 54 cents. It was at 47 cents. Then it was up to 56 cents. Now it's down to 52 cents. It looks good. I mean, I'm not in it yet. Are you seeing AMC bots in here, Winky? Are you serious? If you're talking about AMC in here, just stop doing it. Yeah, let me check the 5 minute and see if there's some green. $900 a million. It's close. We're close. 15 minute. Bulls trying here. Still no go in the Bulls in the 15 minute. I mean, they're trying to turn this into a green wick right now. It's a big fight right now. Turning green though. That's turning green. I'm still not sold on it. Patience. Just give me some patience. On Twitch, you can write a fully functional bot in like 40 seconds. Over here, can't do anything. Oh, that's a nice green bar right there. That's blast off time, baby. That's the one. Come on, start turning. Oh, that was so close to squeezing right there. That was the one. I thought that was gonna break above right there. It's getting squeezy. I thought that was the bar. Oh, that was the reversal right there. We'll wait and see if it is, but it's looking like it. It's looking like the reversal. If we can just break above here. If we can break above here, there might be a trade here, but I want to see if it breaks above. If this gets constructive up here, it could be good. I just hope I don't miss it. sinners, sinners showing the spider in Christmas. You've got a large concentration of puts up here at 380. I guess you could put, so like right here, there's a concentration of puts. Right at 380. So if they're going to close them in the money, it's possible to get up 380. See if we can get up there. It wants to move. It's either gonna go up to 380 or it's gonna come on, like just go. How much time we got left? It's already 3:21. I haven't heard anything about a buy side imbalance or a sell side imbalance. Yeah, baby. Gary Schultz making loot. Did you close that, Gary? You should be closing that, man. Gary Schultz making money. Hell yeah. Right on, brother. I appreciate that, Gary. I appreciate that, Gary. Yeah, that MBI trade is coming up. It's going to be awesome. And I want to re-enter that SDAO trade too. I'm just looking. I don't want to, we're so stretched down here. We're so stretched down here that I don't want, like the SDAO trade. I want at least some kind of a, I don't care if we trade down to this gap close down here, but like just take the money and run and wait for the best setups are always, you want to, when you're down here, it's the same as being at a top. It's just like being at a top, where you go up so much that you're like, it's time to start thinking about getting. Like you just sit back and wait for this to happen. So you just relax. You let it do its thing. Let's show you this yellow line right here. It's one where this is the one where you wanna see it break above, right? And then you take that trade right there. But the moment, I mean, when you see this reversal, when an MBI kicks off, man, it can take like 2-3 weeks. But once we're in there, like once like XLU's burning off and like everybody's out of this shit, and if we trade sideways and down for like 2-3 weeks just to get, if it takes that long, I don't care. But it's a great fucking trade. And that S-Dow was a great trade too. Probably move this down right there. Tighten it up a little bit. Come on, man. Show me that reversal, baby. Show me that reversal. All right, I'm in. Come on, baby. Keep going. Come on, baby. A target of 380, then 380.74, and then 380.101. You don't want to see a break below here. Could maybe retest this EMA over here. Make sure that you're ready to cut your losses if you have to in here. You want to see a bounce here and move higher. If you start to break through here, the answer is no. Prices all over the place. Mid 40s, mid 50s. $2 million, almost $3 million in the 15-minute. Come on, start fucking squeezing. Seriously. Start fucking squeezing. This is killing me. My eyes are bleeding watching this. Fuck. Fucking hate dealers. Hate fucking I hate fucking computers. You guys know dealers are computers, right? They're not, they're not real people, right? Do you guys all know that out there? When you use like dealers, they're not real people. They're just computers. No such thing as a dealer anymore. They're just algorithmic programs.
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 279 million to the sell side.
Oh, shit. I might cut out here. Come on. Hope the fuck they don't flip this on me. I'm up like 2 pennies right now. That's it though. Come on. Fuck your sell side. Let's go. All right, I'm going to put some stops in at 50 cents. I'm on 379 C's. I got to stop at 50 cents here. Oh, yeah, baby. We're up to 61 cents right now. I'm going to move them to 55 cents now. Keep on squeezing. Don't you fuck me. $0.63. I'm going to end up hand selling this shit. Oh, they're really, the fuckery is like knows no bounds right now. And I'm out. That pissed me off. I didn't make anything on that trade. Zero. I just got stopped out of that trade. And now it's back up to 63, 64 cents. I could have just taken 15 cents and walked. Now I'm fucking pissed. End of day, I'm like, fuck. I was thinking about re-entering, but I haven't yet. I want to see it go back down to like 50 cents if it does, if it can. I don't know what's going on with my Not much news today. If they pin this into the bell, I'm pissed. Half an hour left. 26 minutes left, I should say. Yeah, it's like, so I'm in and out of 379s right now. They're like 43 cents to 63 cents. I've made one I've traded that specific one, or traded that specific strike twice now. Once I made I think 9 cents or something, or maybe that was a different trade earlier, and then I just traded it again. But this one I just fucking broke even, so I got shit on it. Now it's up to 58 cents, so it's getting some call premium right now. I'm like trying to watch the screener and trying to watch the bid ask on it. I mean, I'm missing this trade, I think. This utter fucking bullshit. I mean, fucking squeeze. What are you doing? My fingers are hurting because I'm over here trying to squeeze. Squeeze, please. I mean, how hard can it be to squeeze? Start squeezing. For the love of everything out there, squeeze. Get up there. I mean, seriously, get up there. What are you doing? Like, just go. Yeah, do you see? So, just so you know what's happening right now, they're literally like just selling into any strength right now. Like, just selling right into it. If this was any other time, we'd be fucking 70 handles north right into the bell. This is utter bullshit. Sorry for swearing. Start squeezing. Push. $68, 69 cents. 379C, 71 cents. 72 cents. 73 cents. There we go. 73 cents. 74 cents. I mean, seriously, start squeezing. It's like, we know it's going up. I do warn you that there are 319,000 puts at 380p. They're going to want to close those with like 30 cents on them at least. So just be careful up here when they close, when they ring this bell up here. Will likely close around 380. Not guaranteed, but we also want you to know that it is starting to turn bullish just by watching this EMA turn up like this. So maybe you can grab a little bit here if you want to. If this holds right here. Something like that. Like the fear here is that they've got spreads. They're going to run into the bell here. This strike is all over the place. Strikes like 40 cents, 70 cents, 50 cents, 60 cents. This is killing me right here. That was my fear. They'd bloodbath it like one big red bar down to the depths of hell. You just like blast right through here into the bell. Like enter the trade too early. Now they're down to 40 cents. They literally went up like 100%, like 100, not 100, like 80%, and like this was like an 80% move, and now they're right back down to where they started. Killing me. It's killing me. You're already up 6% and 8%? Yeah.
Early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 279 million to the sell side.
If you're in puts right now, this is what you're going to be looking for, is a reversal right here. Sorry, I'm over here doing my own thing over here. I gotta be honest. I'm shocked that they're closing these puts in the money right now. I am shocked. Or they're gonna attempt to. Price of 0-8s are going crazy right now. We are visiting Satan for Christmas all the way to the depths of hell. I don't know about you, but I'm making money today, so I'm fairly happy here. I'm not. All I care about is making money. I care where we go. Care if we go up or down. I am surprised I would be surprised if they closed today with 380 in the money. I am very shocked if they do. I would be shocked. Very rare. Very rare occurrence to see that much concentration on 380p closing in the money. I think I'm in like trade number 4 today. Trade 4 or 5, somewhere in there. Boy, that fucking yellow line, man. This yellow line right here. We first drew this thing. I think we drew it to like right where my cursor is. We just keep extending it and extending it. It'd be a very rare occurrence to see this many puts close in the way in the money. You usually don't see calls or puts that concentration expiring today, right? Like expiring down here. I'd expect it to be up here. A very rare occurrence.
Early market on close imbalance, currently at 279 million to the sell side.
$379 just went up 100%. Dude, you better fucking crawl your ass up into that fucking bell. There ain't no fucking way you're closing at 380. It's not sellers. It's they don't want to pay out the 380s. I would think. I would think into the bell. So normally you wouldn't see whether it was calls or puts. You wouldn't see these close here or lower. Well, for this case, puts you wouldn't see close here or anywhere down in here. If you have such a large concentration of puts, typically into the bell, you would see them crank up here. So we should get an explosion higher here into the bell. Now, that doesn't always happen, but, you know, you're talking like 80, 90% of the time. You're not going to see it close this deep in the money. This is pretty deep in the money for these puts. I mean, they're grinding them down right now. They're at 80 cents right now. They were $1.40 or $1.60 earlier. So I guess they could close. They could put it into the bell and just grind them down. But it's very rare. Well, someone's gonna lose. Someone's gonna lose their underlying on this for sure. This is swipe. This is taking stock from somebody. If they actually close this deep, someone's gonna be owing some money or some shares. Like you're selling puts and we close below at 380. Someone's getting trapped here right now. Yeah, Winky understands, right? So if we close below 380 right here, it's gonna be someone's gonna lose their ass in this trade on the underlying. I'm betting there's some guy sitting out there, some woman sitting out there watching this right now saying, buy shit tons of OTM calls right now. Because this is a rare occurrence. You see this maybe. You don't see this too often. Not an expiration date. You bought some 380s for Wednesday? I like the idea of the December 23rd 386s. Maybe we can get if they do this into the bell here.
Market on close imbalance currently sitting at 454 million to the buy side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it. Market on close imbalance 232 million to the buy side.
383. $379s are now 91 cents. Now 300% trade. Calling a fucking scam here. This shit never happens. This shit better blast off to the moon to the close. Not never, but zero, like the zero date on the expo day. I've never seen an option close under, not never, but like you watch this shit every day. It never happens. Very, very rare. I'm interested in the 4 to 4:15 time frame to see what they do with the. It wouldn't shock me to see him run it straight up in the spell last minute or so, or after hours. This is an interesting close. I don't know if you guys can tell, but this is an unusual close right now. I'm in some calls for tomorrow now. I ain't buying this bullshit. I got some 384s. Small position. I ain't buying this for a minute. I'm going to be impressed if they close. I'm going to be impressed if they close this in the bell under 380. I'm going to be impressed. Someone's getting their ass handed to him today. I can't even imagine how much money that was. Well, I guess we could calculate it. It's like 350,000 by whatever the underlying is. 350,000 by $380. I want to see if they do the creepy crawly up through here. In this bell here. If they do this like creepy crawly thing up here, like sneak it up. Yeah, this is unusual. This is very, very unusual. Like you'll see us come down here, but normally you'll see us rip higher before the bell. They won't close this in the bell. Normally they won't close in the bell at 380. They'll go above it. There we go. Get up there. Oh, you dude, look at him. This is wild to watch right now. We got 5 minutes into the bell. Do they creepy crawl it up after the bell? That's what I think they're gonna do. Because it's very abnormal. There we go. Get on up there. Get up there. Keep going. Oh yeah. $3.79s are now $1.06. I mean, seriously, we know what's going on. We know you're not closing below. Just keep on going. Keep pumping. Keep climbing. Keep on going. Crawl up that wall. Dude, look at them. They're such scumbags, like right at 380. Such scumbags. This is how you have to beat a computer at the end of the day. If you might want to close calls here right at the buzzer, could see a little rollover after the bell. It might keep climbing after the bell too, but they don't normally close below like right at 380. Hold on a second. I'm gonna look at my calls. There's no shame in taking the money and running off this bell right here. You can always rebuy again at between 4 and 415. There we go. Get up there. Climb that wall. Get up that wall. I can't stand these dealers. I can't stand algorithms. Keep going. Keep going. Get out of there. Close at 381. Go up 60 cents right now. Give me 60 cents in 2 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes. You get 3 minutes. Give me 60 cents. Give me 60 cents. I double dog dare you. Just blast it. Just blast. Give me 60 cents up there. Crawl up that wall. Get up there. Get up the wall. All right, fuck it. I'm selling on this bell. That was good enough for me. I'm out. That was a pain in the ass right there. I mean, look at this. That's just disgusting. And they didn't give me the 60 cents. They didn't go to 381. They're still kind of in the money right now. Yeah, Guru called it for sure. Guru definitely called it. He's telling you there's resistance here. I might enter this again if we get like until like 4:15, something like that. I'm down for this trade. Pick this up again. We can get something in here, some kind of weirdo-ness. This was brutal in here. This was a nightmare. How long did this take? Like, look at this. This was a brutal trade. What time was this at? Dude, look at this. This is 3 o'clock. This took an entire hour. Can you believe that? Took an entire hour right there. Yeah, someone's gonna be pissed off, man. Someone's gonna be really pissed off. This is like someone just got taken for a ride here. So remember when I said someone got hurt on top at 4:14? Someone just got hurt down here for sure. Yeah, keep coming back, Guru. I always love you here, man. Did you see that? They totally nailed somebody. They totally nailed somebody here. Somebody got taken for a ride. You know what I see when you see stuff like this? Sometimes, usually this can be like Bill Ackman and Carl Icahn doing shit to each other, and they'll come out and talk about it like a week later. You'll find out. So what they do is they provide liquidity to the market. You guys know how this works. So like when we get down here, when we get up here, right? You'll get liquidity providers at highs and lows, and it's typically people like Icahn and Ackman, and there's a few other guys that are known to provide liquidity. So you could be finding there's people providing liquidity down here, and they're trying to get people. They're trying to take the shares away. It's kind of like like big swinging dick against the big swinging dick. So you might actually hear news come out about this here and this here. This looks like I'm going to assume someone got taken for a ride here, and so someone's returning the favor down here. That was wild. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. Guru, Mr. Unrealized Profits, baby. CSM Jazz. Who else is out there? Andreas, Winky, RS, Rohit. Who else is out there? Fabio's in the house. Who else we got in there? Mark A is in the house. I want to say special thanks today. There were some people that helped support the channel today. I always appreciate that. We got like unicorns and shit like that. We've got Winky's. Just a heads up that Winky's got a new room inside of the Discord, and he goes down the rabbit holes of stocks. So I always like following him. I trust what he does. James is in the house today. Who else in the house? Erm's in the house. RS, Spyplex in the house. Hutch, Binky, Cowboy Up. Who else is in the house? Michael Serga's in the house. Matt Peterson's in the house. Mellow Yellow, Naz, Darth Molly's in the house today. Who else is here? Gary Schultz, thank you for supporting the channel. Matt Peterson, baby. I got options. Who else is in the house? You guys are all savages. Just Some Guy. Derivative Yield. Legend. 22X. Grubster. Who else is in the house? Shifts in the house. Tony Corp's in the house today. Tony. Who else is in the house today? Mark A's in the house. BD's in the house. Nick S. Binky. Bryant. DJ. Constantine. Coop. Diamond. Kobe. I'm going to check all you guys out tomorrow. I'll be here again tomorrow morning. I'm going to do this again live. Like and subscribe to these videos, please. I appreciate it. It helps the video grow, the channel grow. And happy holidays to you. Don't go out there drinking and driving. Don't be doing drugs and driving. Don't do that shit. I'm telling you, just get yourself a lift. Do anything but drink and drive. It's not even the danger of it. You get caught with that shit, it's like $15,000, $20,000, $30,000. Not worth your fucking time. Don't be giving your money to the fucking state or the county or to the city. You don't want anything to deal with that bullshit. Nick, take it easy. Dejan, take it easy. Paul, Shift, Legend 22. Pan, fishing with Panfish Dan, baby. You guys all have a wonderful day. I'll catch you all up tomorrow.